get started. Welcome to this afternoon's Planning Commission meeting. Before we get into our first case, just want to welcome you and let you know that this is broadcast on the City of Grand Rapids Facebook page. So if you happen to step out and want to tune in, you may do that through Facebook. Before we jump in, any conflicts of interest, potential conflicts of interest on today's agenda?
I just need to let the commission know that West Grand Neighborhood Organization is on the agenda today, and they are a partner organization of the West Side Collaborative, an organization I work for that brings nonprofits together in partnership. I don't feel as though it puts any of this case in jeopardy or impacts my decision or that relationship in any way, but they do work closely with my organization, along with like 45 other nonprofits.
So no direct financial ties or anything that you'd benefit in some way from this?
None whatsoever.
Make a motion that Commissioner Davis does not have a conflict of interest.
All right, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Anything else? No? Okay. What's that? Oh, for everybody. Yeah, if you're here and you parked in the lot, you can get your ticket validated out in the hallway, right? Is it out here on this floor?
Yeah, it's just right out there.
Beautiful. Right out there. And then a little bit of, just a quick rundown, if this is your first time with us for a Planning Commission meeting, we will have staff present each case to us. We'll have an opportunity to ask them questions. We'll invite the applicant up then to highlight anything that they may not have touched on or that they want to call our attention to. We will open public hearing and allow members of the public to come and comment on cases. We do ask that comments are limited to 3 minutes or less to respect folks' time and to keep things moving. The applicant will then have the opportunity to respond to anything that was raised. We will have a final opportunity to ask questions of the applicant, and then we will deliberate and make a decision before we move on to our next case. So let's get started with 40 Monroe Center Northwest and Elizabeth.
The applicant is requesting approval for ground floor office and educational uses in a targeted commercial corridor in the TNCC, that's Traditional Neighborhood City Center Zone District, which is downtown. This is before you today because special land use approval is required for non-retail or non-restaurant or hospitality uses in a targeted commercial corridor. The details of a targeted commercial corridor are included in your staff report. Essentially, the concept came out of the GR Forward plan, although it was included in the zoning ordinance in a slightly different form prior to that. So the GR Forward plan implemented or the implementation of the targeted commercial corridors is, in our zoning ordinance, is that recommendation from GR Forward. The site is at the corner of Division and Monroe Center. It is in a historic building. The suite in question is about 2,600 square feet. And the use is not subject to historic preservation review, but any exterior changes are. So what is being proposed today is a request from Bravo LT. It's a technology company that provides software development and training solutions with associated computer classes and the sales of computers, robots, and accessories to participants. And they are proposing approval for the suite shown here on this photo. They have been in the suite for a while. This slide shows the floor plan. They share a site with the Essentials Lab, which is, I understand, a skincare line, and they're permitted to be there. The Bravo LT use does require special land use approval. So in sum, we're looking today at whether the ground floor office use and educational use is appropriate on Monroe Center, given the requirements of the targeted commercial corridor. Do you have any questions for me before I turn it over to the applicant?
Oh, all right, thanks, Elizabeth. We'll invite the applicant up then if there's additional information you want to share with us.
So here are your slides,
Okay.
if you want it, and you can advance right here.
Advance on the right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Right here.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Edwards with Rockford Construction, and I'd like to thank you for taking the time to consider our request today. I would like to take a few minutes to give you some background on our history with this building and the various uses that have come and gone over the years. And I'm also interested in sharing a little bit of perspective on the dynamics of Monroe Center in the last couple decades. And Ed Noceda, the CEO of Bravo LT, is also here with me, and he can share some details on his business and those operations with you. First of all, I'd like to note that the zoning ordinance does allow this request to be approved, obviously through the special land use process. So another way of putting that is to say that we're not asking for something that the zoning ordinance does not allow. And I also think it's worth reiterating that Bravo does have a retail operation in this space. So as Elizabeth pointed out, Monroe Center received the designation as a targeted commercial corridor from GR Forward. And that vision, of course, is that Monroe Center is a heavily trafficked, vibrant pedestrian retail corridor full of shops and restaurants. But I believe that there was also a recognition that until the market and demographics fully support implementation of that vision, that flexibility of uses would be needed to keep these spaces occupied during that period. And I do believe that GR Forward does support that vision. In page 10, for example, of GR Forward, the executive summary, it states, there is not enough demand for new stores to fill the gaps in downtown. On page 32, under the GR Vision heading, these retail amenities require more people living downtown. Page 18 of Goal 2.1, quote, to achieve this goal, more retail amenities, downtown Grand Rapids needs to reach critical mass. Roughly 12,000 residents is the point at which other cities see these amenities emerge and sustain themselves in a downtown, end quote. So the current population estimate we have for downtown residents in Grand Rapids is about 6,000, a little over that. So we're about halfway there. So the question is that what do we do in the interim? Back to GR Forward and page 168 of Goal 2.4, quote, there may be other non-retail commercial businesses that would bring positive activity and increase and diversify foot traffic as ground floor uses in targeted commercial corridors, certain office use categories, and certain uses not explicitly defined in current zoning, such as nonprofit arts, cultural entities, and co-working spaces. All of these should be considered as appropriate ground floor uses in a targeted commercial corridor, end quote. So as we all know, today, Monroe Center has a variety of different types of uses. We have museums, we have public space, we have banks, we have a eye care center, all of this working in conjunction with existing retail and restaurants, all working very well together. So when the zoning ordinance adopted the recommendations from GR Forward, I believe that there was a recognition that this flexibility would be needed, which is how we have a special land use process for this flexibility. So I'll come back to how the special land use supports the goals of the master plan, but I did want to give you a little bit of history on our experience with the Peck Building. So in 1998, 40 Monroe Center, also known as the Peck Building, was a blighted, underutilized building that had suffered from years of disinvestment. So Rockford worked with the DDA and the Council of Historic Preservation, the County Council for Historic Preservation at the time, to acquire and restore this building. Since 1998, we've made nearly $8 million worth of improvements to this building, specifically a complete facade restoration, upper floor renovations to support residential and office, and ground floor residential to support various commercial uses. So from 1999 through 2010, we had 3 restaurant tenants that operated in the corner space where Bravo is currently located. The first, a coffee shop, was only able to remain in business for about a year. The next 2 restaurants struggled as well, and even with several rent reductions, were forced to close within a few years of opening. The space also experienced several vacant periods in between these restaurants. In 2013, some of you may recall that we opened Modiv, which featured traditional smaller scale retail shops. Unfortunately, within 2 years, most of these shops closed or they relocated, and the majority of this space remained vacant until 2018. Rodolfo Gonzalez at that time opened an interior design showroom in the majority of that space. It's also important to note that during this time, Hayworth and then the Grand Rapids Drive occupied the corner space. Both of these businesses featured retail sales, but they also had office functions to support their business. These businesses seem to fare better than traditional retail. So why is that? I believe that unlike traditional retail and restaurants, these types of businesses do not require high volume walk-in traffic. So what are the conditions that discourage high volume walk-in traffic at this location? So in addition to the demographic and market condition issues that we referenced earlier, I believe there are at least 3 factors that contribute to making this a challenging location for retail. One is the proximity of this space to the police department immediately across the street. Over half of that block is occupied by this municipal office building, which features no ground floor retail. This building and its primary uses, which are non-retail, a police department, a parole office, around the corner Secretary of State and Circuit Court, bankruptcy court actually, by their very nature are not welcoming to people and do not contribute to that vibrant pedestrian corridor that we seek. I think a second challenge to this location is its proximity to Division Avenue. As we know, in its current condition, this is also not a very pedestrian-friendly corridor with its narrow sidewalks and 4 lanes of vehicular traffic. The 2 existing crosswalks can also be challenging for motorists and pedestrians alike to navigate. So in essence, this creates somewhat of a dead-end effect at this part of Monroe Center, and it limits people being able to cross from east of Division. I think lastly, and perhaps quite importantly, there's also an extremely high incidence of loitering and nuisance behavior that occurs on this block. Our tenants and their patrons are frequently harassed on their way into buildings. There are many instances of fighting, public urination, and inebriated individuals that are blocking sidewalks and entrances. These conditions make it extremely difficult to attract and sustain patronage at this location. So until these conditions change and the demographic and market conditions support demand for shops and restaurants, flexibility is needed to keep this space open. And I believe that we can all agree that an activated storefront is better than a vacant storefront. And then finally, I do want to emphasize the ways that Bravo LT's use of this space does support and enhance the goals of our master plan as well as GR Forward. Bravo brings business diversity to an existing ground floor use which has struggled to retain and grow retail businesses. It activates a ground floor space with a viable business that does not compete with other businesses in Monroe Center. It adds employees and customers to downtown, which further supports other retail businesses on the street. And it also provides opportunities for future entrepreneurship and additional job creation through educational classes and training. And with that, I'd like to turn things over to Ed with Bravo, and he can share a little bit about the details of their operation.
Thank you very much, guys. Jeff, thank you. My parents were actually born here in Grand Rapids, right at Butterworth Hospital back in 1950. My sister and I were born here in the 70s, and my two daughters were born here just recently in the 90s and early 2000s. So I definitely have a special spot in my heart for Grand Rapids. I met my wife when she went to Davenport College when it was here downtown on Lafayette and Fulton. If you guys remember that, Davenport College. She was actually at the dorms. And she actually worked at Steckety's, which is right on Monroe Center, right up the road from where we're at. I thought that was kind of interesting. But I remember walking her to Steckety's, and I was always worried about the violence that the city was experiencing at the time. I grew up in Lowell, Michigan, and if you guys remember back in the early 90s, a woman named Susan Wittenbach Timpson was actually murdered here. And she went to high school with me, and it always just made me nervous to be downtown. But if you go downtown now in this general area that we're at, it's really come up. And when we have clients, when we have these classes, what we call Raspberry Pi classes downtown, we get calls a lot about safety. Where do you park? Is it going to be safe? And we have a great plan right now in place for people to visit and in a safe manner to park. And if they need any help escorting, we can help them with that. But I truly feel back when I used to walk my wife to Steckety's back in the early 90s to where it's at today it's been a 180-degree change. Now, I can get into details about what we do as a company to keep the lights on and food on the table. But I want to talk about something a little bit different that we also focus on, which is the community. So our mission is to empower our clients, our employees, and the community through compassion, professionalism, and the power of technology. Now, when we were out in Cascade, we didn't have the ability to really help out the community. And we knew we could help out the community through what we call the Raspberry Pi Camp. So if you guys are familiar with Raspberry Pis, they are a credit card-sized computer that only costs $40. So I don't know if you guys know how much a MacBook costs. A MacBook costs about $3,000, right? Now, we're in the urban core. And if you go to Grand Rapids Public Schools and ask the students to buy a MacBook for $3,000, they're not going to be able to afford it, let's be honest. But if you ask them to buy or even give away a Raspberry Pi computer, you can teach them how to code. And that's what our mission is. We're really focusing on the urban core. I'm working with Gideon Sanders at Innovation Central High School, the GRPS system. Gideon and I, we actually ran the first coding conference. We ended up doing that at his high school because we were anticipating 100 students, ended up around 50 students. We raised with Spectrum Health, Priority Health, and Bravo LT over $4,000 to facilitate that event, supplying breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 2 days. And what was eye-opening for me was that what that funding provided for lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner is the fact that food is very important for these children in the urban core. Some things that we just take for granted. And our mission is to offer these classes. We offer classes here right at the Bravo LT office. Just had one in December. Our focus is on middle school age children because we feel that's when we can switch the mentality or at least inspire them to go into computers. Final comment I'll say is that with technology, you can lift people up out of poverty. And that's one thing that I talked about with Gideon Sanders all the time, is that we can get kids to get meaningful jobs in the urban core right out of high school. Last year, we hired 2 software developers that were college dropouts, and we were both offering them over $80,000 a year. So you tell students that they can make $80,000 a year out of high school, not necessarily guaranteed, but you have that opportunity. That's something very meaningful. I look forward to the partnership with the city, GRPS, and other organizations. We also work with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of West Michigan. Guillermo introduced us to a few Hispanic students that are studying computer science. We are currently mentoring them right now, right at the Bravo office on a weekly basis to help them, to coach them to become, software developers in the future. So thank you very much.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, so in our staff pages, it says we didn't have an idea about the hours. Can you talk about your hours, your operations, kind of the foot traffic you're generating, et cetera?
Right. We moved in the spring, and then the summer, actually August 15th, we had our ribbon cutting with the mayor and Senator Brinks. And at the time, we didn't know what the hours were going to be because we're just trying to figure it out. And actually, if you look at the picture right now, we have our store hours up. So we're open Monday through Friday, Mondays and Fridays by appointment, Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 until 2, and then Thursday 2 until 5. Foot traffic is, what we are selling are these Raspberry Pis and Go Pi Goes. And a Go Pi Go are these robots that we use in our classes for the Raspberry Pis. So we get more technical people coming in. So, for example, Spectrum Health, they have their IT department right across the street from Van Andel Arena. So we get some foot traffic from them. They have come in to purchase Raspberry Pis and just basic, I guess, T-shirts and pins and all that stuff that we have for Raspberry Pi. And to note on the Raspberry Pi, we are the only sanctioned reseller here in the state.
How many classes are you offering monthly?
So we have two types of classes. We have one geared towards children, and that one happens once a quarter. Then we have one geared towards adults, and that's on what we call the Agile project management methodology. Yeah, get that out there for you guys. That's happening about once a month.
Can you speak to the, the square footage or the amount of time spent on the retail component of your business?
Compared to the overall piece?
Yes.
Very limited because we don't get much foot traffic, right? So most of the time we get foot traffic is during the lunch hour, and probably 5 to 10% of our time is spent on that just because we just have no need for it. So we also offer online purchasing too, an e-commerce option.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
For the adult class, is that an evening or is that during the day?
No, those are during the day. Yep, they're from 8 to 5. They're 2-day classes, two of them, certified Scrum Master and certified Product Owner training.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thanks.
Thank you.
I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today about this case, please come forward, state your name, and share your brief thoughts with us. We will have a 3-minute timer up here just to keep us on track, and I will ask that you stick to that so that we can move through the comments. Anybody?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hustled over here because I went to Planning Commission because I can't read notices, but I do want to be brief because I think obviously the team's done a fantastic job telling their story. I'm Josh Lunger with the Senior Director of Government Affairs for the Grand Rapids Chamber. I just want to reiterate our strong support for Bravo LT's use of this space, and it's so great that they decided to make this investment in our downtown in a space that has really struggled over the last several years to a decade, as Jeff pointed out. That's the kind of business we want here. It's different than what's downtown already. I believe that it's very much in keeping with the spirit of GR Forward, and there's quite a few comments, Jeff pointed out some in GR Forward that highlight the need for more space, more diverse use of space in the downtown, particularly as retail is struggling. And we are, as a chamber, even trying to focus on enhancing retail in the downtown. We've partnered with the city and DGRI to try to, we're hiring a position right now to focus on that. We're going to look at all these options. But in the meantime, this is a better use of a vacant space than we've seen. And we're really thrilled they're doing it. And the education component, they have a retail component. And I just want to urge again for you guys to support this SLU. And I won't take any more time. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? All right, I'll close the public hearing.
Before you do that,
Okay.
just note that we did receive several letters of correspondence that were included in the packet. And Elizabeth, I was wondering, did we hear from DGRI at all on this? No?
Okay. Commissioners, any additional questions for the applicant? Maybe?
Yeah, I just have one. If you could speak to your like immediate future intent of operations. I recognize where your business is currently with a quarterly children's class and a monthly adult class. Obviously, this is a space we want to see activated as often as possible. Do you have immediate or near-term growth plans that are in place in terms of scheduling classes and things of that nature?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. We're actually working with other school districts in the area. In fact, just recently met with the superintendent of Godfrey Lee. Next week, I'm going to meet with their principal from the middle school. The big challenge with offering them courses is to get transportation up here to Grand Rapids. The long-term vision is to offer these courses more on a regular cadence, I think ideally on a weekly basis. But the challenge is get the kids here to our office at Bravo LT on Monroe Center. So some of the ideas that we're having is working with our clients and partners, Priority Health, Spectrum Health. We work with the CIO over there, Chris Crook, if you know Chris at all. We're trying to figure out ways, can we create some taxiing service for kids in Godfrey Lee, for example, to get them up here. So long term, we're looking for more classes. The challenge is filling those classes, and when you can fill those classes, it's getting them to attend, and transportation is a big problem.
How many employees do you have working out of this location on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, about 5.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, thoughts on this?
Could you put the screen back up that the applicant was first had up there, which showed the variety of uses in the buildings along Monroe Center? Yeah, that one. I think to the extent that we're looking at a deviation from, you know, the current zoning, you can see the variation here that includes things beyond retail and food and entertainment. So I think that's, for me, the analysis is important to consider that there are other law firms and banks and businesses that are not retail along this corridor as well already. And I used to live in this building, so I know what the applicant is saying about the absence of foot traffic at that section of Monroe Center in light of the police department and the absence of any foot traffic that goes in that door Monroe Center rather than the door to the building on Division.
I think what the applicant brought forward here too is significant, is that we're looking at an area where it's surrounded by governmental buildings, civic theater, and even office-type buildings on the other part of the Division and Fulton interchange there. They've had a long history of trying to be very strict retail-type development there without much success. I think that the fact that the building is being used and being used well and seems to fit into the development in the area, goes strongly towards recommending the requested variance here, the special use.
I guess my one concern I have is there's been a lot of talk about in the interim until we can support retail, but this isn't, if we make this decision today, it's not necessarily interim. It goes with the property, so I think that's something we need to think about as well.
Yeah, I'm not, I would love to see something a lot more active here. I understand the history of the parcel and the challenge that the landlord has had in keeping this space occupied. I am struggling a little bit with just we've narrowed our retail focus area from what we once had, stretched down Division, and trying to maintain some hope that we might be able to build that retail hub on Monroe Center, I think is still valuable. We've heard a number of cases over the years for other properties here, a dentist office, the lawyer's office, things that I think, obviously this isn't retail. I know that there's a retail component, but I don't think that necessarily fits, so I don't love that argument. So I guess I'm leaning towards not, primarily because of the long-term potential for this not being an active use, When would we prefer to see activity here? Not for a couple hours a day, probably, but. No, not unless someone has a specific question, but.
Yeah, I think it does not comply with the GR Forward plan. The question is does the plan allow for transition period of time, which gets to your question of, well, when then will we actually achieve this retail, vibrant retail?
Mm-hmm.
I do think that there's a transition available. And I do think Mr. Edwards presented a fair case for this consideration. I do think that activating a historic building, a very small portion albeit, but retail operations and a complementary use are all notes that I had made when reviewing the materials provided. I'm having a hard time with the word that I want to use desperately, which is activation. This doesn't feel like that. By appointment only, quarterly and monthly along Monroe Center does not feel like activation. But to your point, I think that there is room in the GR Forward and via the special land use for, in concept, this to be considered. My struggle right now is this an activation of a space or not? And I'm undecided.
I do think it's worth noting with the GR Forward plan, though, that we did expand the number of streets with the GR Forward plan that we wanted to see more active commercial uses. But I also think it is notable that we intentionally did not make it so that the special land use couldn't be made, because it was discussed during the implementation aspect with DGRI, Tim Kelly specifically, about not making it an X in our zoning ordinance, that there are situations where, although this is the goal, that it may not always be feasible based on the location within these corridors, building types, other factors, and that the special land use was a more appropriate avenue for us to consider to be able to factor those in. So just kind of that distinction between that was definitely the goal of the GR Forward, hence the targeted commercial streets, but a recognition that there might be some nuance that we needed to consider.
I think that's a really important point, that it was anticipated because of the allowance of special land use in this corridor. And this building, as demonstrated by the applicant, they have made significant effort over the course of the last almost 20 years to activate this space with retail or with a restaurant. It's been a couple of different restaurants. It's been a lot of different retail, and it's never worked. And so I think that the GR Forward plan is demonstrating that there are certain buildings within and spaces along this corridor that are just unique because of their location. And this is a unique location that kind of dead ends into pedestrian space across Division. And because of that very large building that houses the Grand Rapids Police Department and the absence of activation on sort of that whole second half of the block, it makes this parcel different than I think a lot of the parcels up and down Monroe Center. And so I think it does warrant serious consideration of the special land use as anticipated in the GR Forward plan.
Yeah, I think just because something is allowed doesn't necessarily make it appropriate, though, too, because, that's the purpose of the special land use is to weigh the merits of the application and the type of use going in. So let's not confuse allowable by SLU as by right or what we would like to see. And so I'm trying to weigh what other things may be permissible with SLU, that could be more appropriate. And I'm not suggesting that that's what's before us. What we have is before us. And so I think I come down on this is probably not that. It's not what ultimately we want to see there. But that's me. I think you're making a valid argument. It's hard to do that.
I think I fall on the other side of the fence, but very close to your sentiments. I think this is that. And where I'm struggling is its activation and use, because we do want to see, I think, a variety of uses create foot traffic to enhance and sustain current and future retail, as the GR Forward Plan puts before us, which, when we hear the applicant speak to their hours of operation, it feels sparse, and it's a challenge for me to get from the special land use approval, given the intent of the GR Forward. If this were something that was open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, with a night class 3 days a week, and that seemed like it was going to be happening in perpetuity, I think the conversation would be much easier to have.
Anyone else want to weigh in, or would someone like to make a motion?
I will make a motion, although I'm not exactly sure where my fellow commissioners lie, but now therefore be it resolved, the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Monroe Center Retail LLC, Jeff Edwards, for ground floor office and educational uses at 40 Monroe Center Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the establishment of the proposed uses will support a local business in a highly visible location. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because the proposed use will be part of the mixed-use character of the neighborhood, especially along Monroe Center. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the current building and site layout supports an urban and pedestrian-oriented nature. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project: that the application, applicant testimony, submitted plans, signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved use and plans except as amended in this resolution; that all transparency requirements of sections 5.2.14 and 5.6.08.h.5 be met; that any signs, lighting, and exterior site improvements are subject to applicable regulations and required permits, including those from the Historic Preservation Commission; and that this approval shall take effect on January 24th, 2020.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any final discussion? All those in favor of the? Yeah,
I
okay.
was just wondering if we could incorporate maybe under the second point 3A about the conditions of the block with the institutional use at the other, on the other side, as well as, I think it was mentioned, I'm not sure which commissioner, the fact that it does tee into Division, which is heavy vehicular traffic with the public space on the other side and a civic theater. Just kind of talk about the conditions that make this a little bit different than maybe past cases where it was in the center of the block.
I think that we could add that the proposed use is compatible and harmonious with the character of the neighborhood as set forth in 3A because of the nature of the building at the conclusion of Monroe Center on the east side of Monroe Center, and that it abuts a heavily trafficked 4-lane road in Division Avenue.
Still support.
All right, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Sorry, show of hand, was that 2? Okay,
3 opposed.
3. Okay, so the motion carries. All right, thank you. Our next case is 940 Nealand Ave Southeast and 1056 Watkins Street Southeast.
This next item on the agenda is a request from Nealand Avenue Christian Reformed Church. They're proposing to demolish an existing single-family home that's at the corner of Alto and Watkins, and that is 1056 Watkins, and incorporate it into the main church property at 940 Nealand, and that is in order to facilitate the construction of a building addition and site improvements. This is before you today because religious institutions are special land uses in the TN-LDR zone district, and as such, expansions also require special land use approval. The main church property is about 51,000 square feet. You can see the church takes up most of that property. It's also improved with a parking lot. The residential lot at the corner is about 5,700 square feet. Combined, the two properties will be about 57,000 square feet. With the exception of 3 residential properties at Nealand and Alexander, the church owns the rest of the block. This is a colorized site plan. The addition will include a new main entry building with drop-off canopy, a new narthex, which is a lobby and fellowship hall, with a commercial kitchen and restroom facilities, and a new elevator for ADA accessibility. There'll be a wraparound porches as well, and they plan on providing usable green space out on Alto. They'll be consolidating parking, improving parking lot circulation. They'll be closing a curb cut and providing additional landscaping and stormwater management. Here are some elevations of the proposed addition. In the area of the addition, the area that will be disturbed, that area currently has 30% green space, and they'll be maintaining that 30% green space. The primary building materials will be brick and masonry block to match the existing church and a significant amount of glass. The addition meets both building material requirements and the transparency requirements. I think I'm going to go back to this colorized site plan. It's easiest to see. So relative to parking, 1 parking space is required for every 3 seats. For the capacity of the sanctuary, 58 parking spaces are required. 72 parking spaces currently exist on the site. With the addition, they're actually going to be experiencing a loss of parking. The parking lot will accommodate about 50 parking spaces. So a waiver of 50 parking spaces is required. Based on the parking waiver, the applicable parking waivers, we can look at street parking, and there are an additional 8 parking spaces that are available around the site. The neighborhood has conducted some, or I'm sorry, the applicant has conducted some neighborhood canvassing, and they held a meeting. I have not received any correspondence either in support or opposition of this request. So in conclusion, we're looking at an addition of a church in a residential zone district, the loss of parking on this site, and the associated parking waiver. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Elizabeth. Just to clarify, it wouldn't be a waiver of 50 spaces, it would
I'm
be a
so
waiver of
sorry.
8.
Yes, it's a waiver of 8 spaces.
Perfect.
I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
Yep, just wanted to clarify. Any other questions for Elizabeth? All right, thank you. I'll invite the applicant up then if there's additional details you want to share with us.
Hello, my name is Tim Lautenbach, and I am the chair of Nealon's Design Committee. Also with me today, I have our chair of council, Larry Louders, our pastor, Joel DeMoore, our architect, Jim Vandermolen, and our civil engineer, Elaine Westhouse, also in attendance. We're pretty excited to be here as we move from several years of surveys and discussions to a real project that's going to be finalized. Nealon Church has been at the corner of Neal and Watkins since 1916. In the 60s, when many residents and churches were moving into the suburbs, the Nealon congregation made the decision to stay, a choice to make a commitment to our neighborhood. We reaffirmed this commitment again 20 years ago when we built a classroom addition on our south end, an addition created to facilitate our programming on Sundays and throughout the week. This includes Wednesday night programs for grades 3 through 8th, high school youth group on Sunday nights, mentoring and tutoring throughout the week, including on Mondays, Circles GR, which is a program for anti-poverty mentoring, Tuesdays, a program called Community Kids, another mentoring program, Camp Tall Turf coming in the summer to offer a summer camp experience on a day level. And this project that we're now starting to get involved in was all started from taking a look at our existing lift that we have in the building. Our lift has been unreliable, and we're hoping to make a full elevator. On top of that, we were also looking into improvements to our sanctuary space to make our stage more accessible. As we looked into this, as we reviewed that east end of our building, we really started thinking about ways in which, while we're doing this work, while we're doing this demo, we can help improve our current programming, while we're at it. So the current building, as we looked at it, we kind of realized it's not as welcoming of a space as we'd wish it would be. It's enclosed in brick. If we look at it from the east end, all you see is a large brick wall. Very few windows at grade level. Hallways can be hard for our new visitors to navigate, and there's no real clear entrance. The proposed addition is designed to fix those weaknesses of our building, help visitors orient themselves quickly to find where they need to go, provides an open, transparent location for parents to drop off their kids and meet with program leaders. It gives the building a front lawn and front porch, an adjacent kitchen to facilitate our events like block party and hosting events by others. I want to thank you for letting us come to you today. And I think I'll turn it over to Jim Vandermolen, our architect, to offer some more comments.
Just want to make Jim Vandermolen from Elevate Studio. Just want to make a couple of comments about process and context. First of all, we recently completed a similar addition for Fifth Reformed Church on Griggs. I think that opened a year and a half ago. And they had very similar intentions. They're very neighborhood rooted, and they also wanted to create a sort of a front porch. And What they have reported back after completing that project is that it has exceeded their wildest expectations. Not only have they become more visible to the neighbors immediately adjacent, but the larger community has now sought out that space as a place to have. The neighborhood association meets there now. The West Michigan Mineralogical and Gem Society has met there. They've had a number of adult addiction recovery organizations want to meet there. It's really become a community center like they had hoped for. And the same sort of activation is what we're hoping for here. And from the very beginning, there's been canvassing of the neighborhood. We've sat down individually with people within that 300-foot radius. We had block parties and ice cream socials and the formal meeting. And the hour before the meeting, we did another canvassing. The point of which is our process that we used as designers and as the committee was very neighborhood and community rooted to understand what it is they would like to see there and then to provide that so that it becomes a place for the neighborhood to be connected. The second thing that I wanted to say is from the beginning, from very preliminary design, we have worked with the city staff and really appreciate the programs that you have set up. The new ombudsman, Daryl, is great. Met with Kristen in very early design to look at all the zoning and setback and street wall, all of those issues. Took her advice into consideration and made changes to the design. We've met, I think, 4 times with staff people, all the way from codes and zoning to building inspections to nitty-gritty details around firewalls. And our experience has been that the staff has been very enthusiastic, very happy to meet with us. We've learned so much from them. I just want to compliment the city on having that process because I do projects all over the country, and in fact I have a project in the Middle East, and there is no other municipality anywhere I've worked that has this kind of a program to help architects and owners and the city work together to make a project that is really going to be enhancing to the community. And I'm just glad that I work in Grand Rapids. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Just for the applicant, what is the use of the house at Alto and Watkins at this point in time?
We own the house right now. The house was purchased, probably couldn't have been any better of a purchase. The prior owner of the house had been trying to sell the house to our church for decades, as far as I understand. But we haven't really ever seen a need for it. As we started thinking about this project, and we were talking to him again, both the church and he were very excited to make that purchase. It's not being used for anything right now. The house, we've walked through it. It's not in great condition. It would need significant alterations to be a place for someone to move into.
How long have you owned the house?
About a year now.
A year?
A year.
All right, thanks.
Can you talk more about the parking situation? So in our materials, there was discussion about people are already using on-street parking, and then if we're going to decrease the number of parking spaces by 22 spaces, so yeah, we're considering a waiver of 8 spaces based on the requirements, but based on the current operations, significantly more potentially. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I would, during the week, and we do a lot of events during the week, we shouldn't need much in the way of on-street parking. Sunday mornings, we actually, we're thinking a lot about this as well. We've got our own committee to focus on parking and finding solutions to this. Folks that are directing folks to good places to park and taking a look at how many cars are going in each direction away from the church. Right now, if we look at it, we've got a couple vehicles going down each one of the streets moving off of our property. So with 20 spots, it could be 5 more cars going down different streets each way. So we're looking at it, and we're concerned about it too. I've got a committee come up with solutions. Alexander Schools property, which is just adjacent to the former Alexander Schools property. We've been talking with them whether we could use parking space that's in that abandoned property across from us. So something that we're looking into.
Can I add a couple of technical comments? Currently, the parking lot also empties out onto Watkins, so it goes through the site. And in talking with the neighbors, one of the things that they liked about the plan was that we were closing that Watkins Street curb cut so that there would be less traffic on Watkins, which is busier than Alto is. Alto, on the opposite side of the street, has no houses fronting on Alto. The only thing that comes onto Alto is an alley, and where our driveway is roughly aligned with the alley opposite. So in terms of directing all of our car traffic to Alto, it's actually improving things for the neighbors on Watkins, and that was one of the things that they all said they appreciated. We do a lot of research before we start designing on the congregation and what their behavior is. And a surprising number of people said they prefer to park on the street, even if there are spaces in the parking lot, because they like, however brief it might be, they like the walk down the sidewalk and the feeling of being connected to the neighborhood. And we did ask some people if there was a greater parking lot, would you tend to park there? And a surprising number said probably not. The final thing is that because we're essentially have a front yard on all 4 sides, even if we wanted to add more parking, we can't because we're not allowed to have parking in the front yard in this district. Our original plans, when we came to talk to Kristen, had parking where the green space is, up here. And we took that out for 2 reasons. One is because of that front yard issue, and the second is the desire to have an open green corner. Right now it's sort of blocked off and of course not occupied. Neighbors kind of feel unsafe walking around that corner because it's kind of dark and scary and overgrown. And one of the things they like is having this sort of little mini park that opens that corner, makes everybody feel more safe, gives more eyes on the street from the church during the day and in evenings. And so there's this balance between, does more asphalt on this property help the neighborhood or does it hurt it? And we kind of concluded that this plan is the nice balance between neighborliness and green space and a sense of community gathering. So,
What % of the members would you say don't drive to church?
Fairly small. I can think of maybe 5 families that live pretty local and walk in.
Are there any changes to the signage being proposed?
No.
And the dumpsters will be enclosed
Yes.
per code?
They're moving. They're going to be moving to the south end of the lot, whereas now they're within the parking lot.
And will the exterior lighting be brought up to code in the sense of not glaring into the neighborhood?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thanks.
Thank you.
I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today about this case, please come forward and state your name and share your brief thoughts with us. All right, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, thoughts? I think it's a nice looking project. I appreciate that they're removing a curb cut. I to your question about parking, surprising, concerned about not enough parking. You think about this in the opposite way. We would think about maybe a restaurant or something that has a need for parking in the evenings as people are getting home. If it's a once per week heavy demand for parking, it's a Sunday morning when people are typically going to be at home or not searching for a parking space in front of their house. I think this might be the best possible time for a demand on street parking. And I appreciate that that there is other uses, in the building, the complex that will complement things throughout the week, but I don't foresee it being too much of an issue.
I agree.
And churches don't make this investment without a desire and hope to grow.
Okay.
I appreciate the improvements to the stormwater that they're going to be making.
All right. Anything else, or would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, now therefore it be resolved, the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Neeland Avenue CRC, Tim Lautenbach, for the demolition of a single-family home at 1056 Watkins Street, and in addition to the existing church at 940 Neeland Ave Southeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support and continue a land use at this site that is a longstanding part of the neighborhood, and it will reflect master plan goal EOL5, which encourages the preservation and reuse of historically and architecturally valuable structures. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because the proposed use after demolition will support the valued institution in the neighborhood, and the proposed use is an expansion of an existing use already well established in the neighborhood. Proposed use will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because adequate parking and alternative transportation is available, and because building structures and entrances are appropriately oriented on the site. The proposed uses will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic noise or visual clutter, because no expansion of the sanctuary is proposed that would increase the need for other facilities, and no outdoor activities are involved. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the proposed expansion does not significantly change the relation of the building to the street, and in fact improves it. And the closing of the Watkins entrance to the parking may enhance traffic and pedestrian safety. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project, that the applicant's testimony and the following plans signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved demolition and plans, except as may be modified in this resolution. A, civil engineering and landscape plans prepared by Comprehensive Engineering, Inc., dated November 8, 2019. B, building elevations and floor plans prepared by Elevate Studio, dated June 13, 2019. And C, renderings prepared by Elevate Studio, dated October 10, 2019. That a development compliance / LUDS permit shall be obtained before any demolition, site work, or building construction begins. That the oak trees on the residential lot be incorporated into the site design. That 940 Neeland Ave Southeast and 1056 Watkins Street Southeast be incorporated into a single lot. And that this approval shall take effect on January 24, 2020.
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any final discussion?
What did that mean?
The oak trees?
Trees, do they go or they stay?
They
I
stay.
believe they stay. Yep, he's pointing that out right now. Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Our next case is 754 Leonard Street Northwest. And Elizabeth will walk us through this. Oh, and Commissioner Truer will join us now.
The next item on the agenda is regarding 754 Leonard Street Northwest. The West Grand Neighborhood Organization is requesting approval to relocate to a ground floor suite in an existing building in the TNTBA zone district. The use, most akin to an office use and community center, requires special land use approval in the TNTBA zone district. This is not what the building looks like today. There is a complete building on the site, and it looks more like this. And the applicant is proposing to go in this suite, I believe. And the suite that they're proposing to occupy is about 1,300 square feet in area. You may recall that the Planning Commission did approve an ATM or a bank lobby at the corner some time ago. That was in November of 2018. And that also required special land use approval. West Grand is planning on moving from their site further down Leonard to this site as their building is going to be redeveloped and they're looking for a new home. The organization maintains typical business hours but may operate during evenings for neighbor meetings and other related activities. According to the organization, typical meeting size is about 20 people with occasional meetings with up to 50 people, usually during the evening. Relative to parking for the use is adequate based on when the building was constructed. Parking for the suite in question was considered and incorporated into the development. So parking for this use is adequate. We've received several letters of support for this use. I don't believe I have any letters of opposition. So in sum, we're looking at a special land use for a ground floor storefront suite for use of a community center and office. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions for Elizabeth? All right, thanks. I'll invite the applicant up then, and you can share any additional details with us.
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Roseley. I'm with Third Coast Development. We are the owner of the building. We're excited about having this group move in. I'm going to let Annette do most of the talking for the neighborhood association, but they've been down the street in the old Brands office portion of the building for 10 years, and so we did work with staff quite a while to see if there was a way for us to figure out how to get this in versus going for a special land use because they do sell product in there. They sell garbage tags. There are people that come by on a constant basis. It's kind of interesting to listen to the first few applicants and trying to talk around, okay, we're not very active, and this is quite the opposite. She's very active, and people, it's nice. I will say this, it doubles their glass frontage on Leonard Street coming in. Before they just had two small ones. Now their space is more linear down the street, which is really nice. In regards to parking, we do have adequate parking, but as they noted, they do have events for community in the evening time. Not that corporate Walgreens would ever approve of something like this, but we've worked very closely when we were working with the construction and other groups, and the GM over there is fantastic, and there's plenty of parking for the Walgreens, and so I know that Annette will work with them very well. So with that said, I'll let Annette kind of address potentially some of the questions on what you might have in regards to their use.
Hello, Commissioners. As Brad said, I'm Annette Vandenberg. I'm the Executive Director for the West Grand Neighborhood Organization. We've been serving the West Side since 1973. as an unofficial organization in 1980. We were incorporated. We have a long history of serving our community, businesses, and residents on the corridors. We've had locations on Stocking, we've had locations on Seward, Broadway, and on Leonard throughout the almost 47-year history. And so we're very honored to work with Brad and other business owners over the years. As Brad had mentioned, our normal hours are Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. However, we do have 2 to 3 meetings at night on some weekends, and also during the week. Last year, from February to April, we felt like a meeting almost every night with the medical marijuana. So when new things come up, we are very busy, very active. During Art Prize, we have over 1,000 visitors who come to visit us during the Art Prize time, so that creates a lot of walk-in traffic. We have National Night Out, block parties. We host community safety trainings. We just recently got TED certified, which the West Side Corridor Improvement Authority sponsored that training for us. So now we'll be able to do TED surveys for our 500 plus businesses on the west side. So there's lots of opportunities for us to maintain not only activity, but to also provide support to our business corridors, which it happens to be Stocking and West Leonard. I don't know if you have any other questions, but that's kind of a summary of what we do.
Thanks, Annette. Anyone have questions? No.
Did you look at any other spaces that were not necessarily retail frontage, ground floor?
We looked at partnering with Steepletown, which is more into the neighborhood. We did look at some other spaces. They were more expensive and did not have the parking that we needed. They were more in the residential area, which would have been great for the residents, but there was nowhere to park. There's like 5 parking spaces available. And unfortunately, Steepletown, in the last few months, found out that they are actually being asked to leave their location. So unfortunately, that would have been a great partnership, but that location is now gone to be used as a community center.
Thanks.
Are residents of this building members of your association?
That I could not tell you off the top of my head. We have over 500 people listed in our database that are paid members, but anybody that walks into the neighborhood association, whether they're paid or not, gets services from us. We have over $118,000 we receive every year in grants, and then we raise the rest of the money to provide services to our neighbors free of charge, including vent etching and things like that.
I'm assuming that the outreach for this occupancy included the people who live in the building?
Everybody in the building was notified as far as I was aware of.
Any other questions?
Is that a question the staff can answer?
I
don't know if we would have sent out.
I can answer a question about other things that I know happen. So right now, we're being hosted at 66 Leonard, and a lot of times we'll get everybody's mail, and we'll get 5 or 6 postcards for each unit that's in that building. So I do know that even though one address may have several units, there's often times that one unit will get all those postcards, and then that person kind of tries to get them out to everybody else. The same thing happened to us while we were at 415 Leonard. We would get everybody's postcards and be like, okay, you need to know about this. So as a community organization, it's very important for us to make sure residents are aware of any potential changes coming to their neighborhood. That's one of the things that we do. We host community meetings when any potential special land use comes up, especially like medical marijuana or any kind of zoning changes, or we do that on a regular basis at our community monthly meetings, which happen the 3rd Monday of every month.
But the short answer to the question is, you don't know.
I can't verify that they were
okay. All right,
I can't verify that, but.
I mean, I can tell you that there have been some, because they were, when I go there to check on construction and whatnot, they're asking me what's going in here. I cannot, we did not notify all of the tenants in the building that, frankly, Bank of America was going in or the neighborhood association was going in.
I can't be certain. I'd have to look at the, our notification list. But I do recall getting a phone call from someone in the building who had received a postcard asking me what it meant. But I can't be, I can't be certain that we sent those cards.
Brad, might you speak to the anticipated signage for this tenant in that space?
I'm going to have to defer to the planning director because I don't know exactly the square footage that's allowed. It would, but it would be whatever is allowed per code that they would, because it was divided up between them and Bank of America. Now, I know that they can put, window decals as long as it's not more than 50% of the window. So, I mean, I haven't, anticipated and talked to them about putting things on the window, whether it's artwork or whatever, to, make sure everybody knows that you're there.
Yeah, so signage would be reviewed separately by city staff, but typically it's a formula based on the linear frontage of the tenant space, up to a maximum of, I believe it's 32 square feet in this zone district. That would be for your standard wall sign, and then of course there would be other types of signage like window signage or what we call projecting signs that can be affixed to the building. But none of that is typically reviewed by the Planning Commission for individual units or applications. And then the applicant would either hire a sign consultant that could then work with our sign inspector.
And we're going to do more of a box sign like next door. We wouldn't do a blade sign there and make it look different.
I'd also like to point out that this year is the census, and we partnered with United Way and received a grant with J-Band for $12,000, which is Donbell Area Neighbors. And one of the things that we plan on carrying out, which is going to be happening in the next few months, is being a census hub. So we already have 3 community computers that were purchased by the Outs Club so that residents can come in and fill out online their census information. And as most of you are aware, that's $18,000 per person that gets counted. And the West Grand neighborhood was highly undercounted in the 2010 census. So it's very important that we stay in an area that is walkable, that is available via bus, that has bike racks, that people can easily access. This corner is highly visible. There's a school guard on the corner Monday through Friday, and there's a Shell, or used to be Shell, now it's Marathon gas station across the street from us. So for us, it's a win-win, and we think it's a win-win for the neighborhood as well.
Any other questions at this point for the applicant? All right, thanks. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today about this case at 754 Leonard Street Northwest, please come forward, state your name, and share your brief thoughts with us.
Good afternoon, I'm Janet Van Timmeren, and by this photo I'll use my pen. These 2 buildings right here are the buildings we own and occupy and rent or work from. My biggest concern, first of all, I want to say the West Grand Neighborhood Association would be a wonderful fit for the neighborhood. I love the association. I've known Annette for a while. My biggest concern is the parking. The project on the corner, we have watched it from day one. Very proud of it, very excited about it. But at the same time, we have watched parking be an issue already. You could probably speak to the number of units in there and the number of parking spaces exactly, but I will tell you that it's a problem, especially when snow falls. There is no parking on Alpine. There is no street parking. So when we have people coming and going between the tax accountant, the Cricket store, the yoga studio, and ourselves, we have a real battle for parking spaces. We have people who like to come into our, we call them, chaser in and out spaces. They like to park there all day and think, this is all good. Nobody else exists. Wrong. So on our side street, McReynolds, we have basically the half block goes to the alley, which we have workforce parking, which is our employees. We have already kindly suggested to some people who are living in the apartment complex to please not park there every single day and leave their vehicles all day. We do have people in and out. That's it. I mean, we really are struggling for parking there. So I would like to know, when you're talking about putting 50 people in, Walgreens may be a good partner, but they're not an onboard partner. Every other direction, you really have a mess, especially when we go to odd even. Arnie's has a little strip in front of them. The Hyatt building has a little strip in front of them. But the extension of McReynolds, or is it Crosby, there is no street parking. So that's my biggest concern. I do love the idea that the buses come right there, drop people off, but I would want to know, are we going to address that soon?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, any additional questions for the applicant? All right, then discussion. Just to compare this to another SLU with retail or not retail in a storefront, I think this is one of those places where it's appropriate to fill in. And I do, you know, I value the services and everything that West Grand offers. I know for a fact how busy, you know, they do generate a lot of foot traffic. And it is a lot of foot traffic. There's a lot of neighbors that will walk and visit. It's probably, when they were in the Brands business building, it was one of the most heavily utilized doorsteps probably within a few blocks. So I think this is a cool use here. I've been waiting for something. I know Brad came with the bank and promised more traffic here in one of these suites, so I'm glad that we'll get some
Are you
users.
concerned that the use stays with the building, though, if West Grand leaves it and it remains an office?
You know, not at this point. I think Leonard in particular, there's still a lot of opportunity for growth in retail, non-office use. We had discussions about an office user on Bridge Street, kind of right in the heart of where things were developing. And we felt like if at a certain point retail really took off, that it would, you know, it would push that office user out, or they'd be inclined to leave, or, you know, fill that in with retail. I think this could be a similar case where once that stretch of Leonard redevelops more, I think there might be just a natural movement towards retail.
We also, as staff, when we looked at the details of this application, we really didn't align it solely with an office use, and that's why we added the community center aspect in there, because it's not your typical office user. However, a community center was also a special land use, and so I think the details of this application, if they were to move and a new, more traditional office user were to move in, I think as staff, we would take a step back and perhaps require a special land use, because the details of that use would be very different than what is being proposed by West Grand today.
I have just a question for staff, and I know it's probably more in parking department's area, but is this an area that would be considered for metered parking to eliminate this all-day parking issue?
I think it could be. I'm not sure whether that's desired by the neighborhood or business district.
It's just a question, because I've noticed that in some of the other areas, particularly wealthier like that the city has gone to a metered or permit parking to eliminate the problem to the homeowners or the other businesses.
I'm not sure this block or two in particular is ripe for that yet.
Okay. Not that familiar with the area, so I want to find out.
There may come a point as we start to see new uses and reinvestment and infill that there certainly would be a need for metered parking spaces. I think it's been discussed within the West Grand. I've lost Annette where she's sitting here. Oh, I think it's been discussed, perhaps about metered parking and neighborhood parking permit programs, but I don't think it's gotten there yet where anything's been implemented. Is that correct? Oh, sure.
And I don't know that it's been specific to this area. I think there's other areas where it may be more relevant.
About a year and a half ago, West Grand did apply to GR Mobile for a parking study to be done and to determine if a residential parking permit program was needed or required, as well as did we need street metered parking. And at that time, it was determined that it was not appropriate for the West Grand neighborhood. They looked at the entire neighborhood. In addition, there is an underutilized city parking lot at 654 Leonard that has about 20 or so spaces that may have 1 or 2 cars in it at a time on any given day.
As long as I've been active in this neighborhood, Walgreens has been a good partner for West Grand. I hope that can continue. I know that that's not something we're conditioning this upon or anything, but I do hope that helps alleviate some concern. Other thoughts? Someone like to make a motion?
I have a motion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Third Coast Development LLC Brad Rosley to establish an office and community center for the West Grand Neighborhood Organization in an existing building at 754 Leonard Street Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the vitality of the business district by adding additional foot traffic to the area and possibly introduce some customers to nearby businesses, provide a desirable mix of uses in a commercial area, and provide supporting services for the neighborhood. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood adjacent properties and the natural environment, because the proposed use will support the desired mixed-use character of the neighborhood. The proposed use will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because the proposed uses will provide additional support for residents in the neighborhood. The proposed uses will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic noise or visual clutter, because no outdoor or late evening activities are to be conducted. Traffic will generally be low, except for those times when wider community activities may occur. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair the pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented development, because the arrangement of the proposed uses is intended to encourage an active street environment, and the proposed use will allow for additional foot traffic. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability and or economic welfare of the city, because the use is not anticipated to create nuisances that will require additional city services. The proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all applicable state laws, because, that's it. It will. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. One, that the application, applicant testimony, and submitted plans signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved use and plans except as amended in this resolution. 2, that all transparency requirements of section 5.2.14 and 5.6.08.8H.5 be met. 3, that this approval shall take effect on January 24th, 2020.
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. All right, the motion carries. Yep. Thank you. How's everyone feeling? You want to do one more case? One more case before break? All right. We'll do 1835 Breton Road Southeast. Elizabeth will take us through this.
Of course. Do you need some water too?
The next item on the agenda is a request from the Consumers Credit Union. They have constructed a new building and they wish to install a new sign with an electronic message center incorporated into it. That would be a new monument sign, and the subject site is located in an MCNC zone district. It's on Breton, across from Breton Village Mall, and this aerial photo that we see here does not reflect the current site. But it's still, you know, at the corner of Elliott and Breton. And Elliott, well, you can't really see in this photo so well, maybe better in this previous zoning map, that the subject site is in close proximity to a residential zone district, and because of its proximity to a residential zone district and residential use, it does require special land use approval from the Planning Commission to install an electronic message center. Here is the existing site plan. The applicant is proposing a new sign at the corner. They do propose to meet the minimum 15-foot setback as required. The proposed sign will meet the height, area, and as I said, setback requirements. The electronic message centers also must meet the requirement that no more than 50% of the changeable copy part of the sign can take up more than 50% of the sign. It does, you know, it does not exceed 50%, so it meets that requirement. So there's not much more to say about this, except that the Planning Commission should consider whether an electronic message center in this particular location is appropriate, whether another location on the site might be more appropriate relative to visibility of the sign from the residential properties, or whether this location is appropriate. Did you have any questions for me?
Any questions for Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, in your staff report, you mentioned the possibility of landscape screening. I assume that's to the west of the sign.
Right. I don't have any specific recommendations, but that might be something that could be incorporated to limit the visibility of the sign from the residential properties in some way. That we could further explore that as staff with the applicant. And yes, I do mean west of the sign.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thanks, Elizabeth. I'll invite the applicant up and if there's anything else you'd like to share.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Vandersloot, and I'm here with Sign Art, and I do have an owner's representative here if you'd like to have any questions for that person as well. A little bit about the LED display themselves. They come in a wide range of quality and price point, and it's this is arguably the best that's available currently for commercial developments and retail. And part of the price point comes with the ability in terms of how you control it, and part of the controls that are sophisticated, to say the least, is the brightness levels. And to a good degree, brightness is a function of glare, or one that would promote glare. So this unit that is being proposed, and what Consumers Credit Union uses at all of their locations, with the exception of a few that simply just aren't the right environment for it, meaning, say, a downtown Kalamazoo, for example, has that dimming capability. So the sign of this nature operates generally between 50% to 60% brightness of its potential brightness during the day, and at night it operates between 5 and 6%. So it takes very little power, consumes very little power, and has very little light output. Again, that's a function of the sophistication of the display itself. So the manufacturer of the display recognizes that it must have that component to it, because glare doesn't make their displays look good, and it also doesn't reflect well on the people that use them. Another specific component to an LED display is the fact that an LED has a lens. And so though it's not a shielded fixture, it does have a very specific range by which that the light comes out of the LED. And on a horizontal format, it's about 90 degrees. So if you were to look at, if you were to look at the property that is directly to the south of this, of the credit union, this is also a commercial property. The residential is more in this range right here. So a sign of this nature here with a 90-degree output of its total brightness, which again is already in an appropriate light level, that certainly would meet the requirements of the ordinance that's specific to lighting. That light output within that 90-degree window, that residential property is already outside of that, what you'd call the sweet spot. Beyond the 90 degrees, it literally cuts in half. It goes from, the 5% to 2.5%, 2%. So I don't feel that the residential is going to be negatively impacted, may not even notice unless they happen to be walking by. So I have a good amount of experience with these types of signs, and they've come a long way over the years. But probably beyond the brightness, the next factor that really makes the difference on how it works within a neighborhood is really the user and how the user programs it. And there are sign regulations, requirements that are in place for the users and guidelines that the owner fully understands what those are, and will certainly comply to those. So you're not going to have a sign that goes up and suddenly starts flashing high CD interest rates. That's not going to happen. It's going to be a good steward to the community. It's going to have appropriate brightness levels. So if you have any specific sign questions, feel free to ask me, or if you have site questions as well, because I've been involved in it from day one. And if you'd like to speak specifically to alternative placements, I've looked at it. Honestly, it really doesn't have the physical space. It's a pretty tight site. If you've driven past it, there's not a lot of opportunities to relocate it and still meet the 15-foot setback requirement from Breton and have a sign that's roughly 8 feet wide, and which is predicated by the width that you have to work with, and the height. So, questions for me?
Any questions? All right, thanks.
Thank you.
I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today on this case, please come forward and state your name and share your thoughts with us.
Hi, I'm Cindy McDonald. I am with Consumers Credit Union. A question did come up about fencing. Currently, when we were constructing, we worked with a neighbor that's just directly to us on the north side. We did place, I believe it's a 6 or 8 foot vinyl fence to roughly the area where it comes more toward the sidewalk, which it gradually steps down for visibility. So that has already been taken care of. So even landscaping lights or things like this do not glare back into the neighborhood. Are there any other questions?
No?
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on this case? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with it. This block of Breton is commercial pretty much on both sides in 4 lanes, and it will have to abide by the city code on lighting, and so I don't think it's going to be a problem.
All right. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I can make a motion.
Great.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Consumers Credit Union Scott Sylvester to incorporate an electronic message center into a new monument sign with within 300 feet of a residential zone district at 1835 Breton Road Southeast for the following reasons. One, the proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will enhance the visibility of services for credit union members. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because the proposed sign will reinforce and support a more modern desired character of the district, and the proposed sign will be scaled, sited, and architecturally designed in a manner consistent with the character and development within the area. The proposed use will not have potentially adverse effects on the neighborhood because the sign will be appropriately oriented on the site so that residential uses on the adjacent street, Elliott, are unaffected. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive glare or visual clutter, because electronic sign functions will operate in accordance with the regulations for electronic message centers, and the request is not for additional signs, just a different type. The proposed use will safeguard the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the public because sign placement will not interfere with pedestrian travel or vehicular movements, and lighting levels will be limited under operational requirements of the zoning ordinance. The proposed development will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city and will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all other state laws. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. One, that the applicant testimony, site and sign plans prepared by Sign Art, last revised 4/19/18, and signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved use and plans. Two, that the sign meet the minimum setback of 15 feet from the lot line and be outside the clear vision area. Three, that the proposed sign comply with all operational requirements of section 5.15.10 changeable copy signs, including display regulations, light levels, and permitting requirements. And four, that this approval shall take effect on January 24, 2020.
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any final discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break before our next case. Okay, let's get started here again. Our next case is 2057 South Division Ave, and Landon will take us through it.
All right, thank you. This request is a special land use request for a marijuana provisioning center at 2057 South Division Avenue. This is located in the northwest corner of Division Avenue and Andre Street, sort of in the Burton Heights neighborhood. This, as you're aware from other marijuana cases, marijuana uses have a menu of different separation distances that are required from various sensitive land uses. Some of those separation distances can be waived by the Planning Commission. In this case, there are 5 sensitive land uses within 1,000 feet of this location, all of which must be waived by the Planning Commission in order for this property to be then made eligible for this special land use. So I'd like to briefly just go over which 5 sensitive land uses there are. You do need to have a hearing for each one, including if the Planning Commission does not waive any one of those waivers, we still have to go through all 5 of them. And I can explain why if that's not clear, but otherwise I'll just go ahead and describe the different land uses. Does that sound good? Okay, so we have, unfortunately I don't have my laser pointer, but the highlighted portion, I'm just going to point to it on the screen. Oh, I have one in my bag here. Is the provisioning center that's proposed. That's the provisioning center is medical marijuana retail. Like I mentioned, there are 5 sensitive land uses, 4 of which are religious institutions, and 1 of which is a licensed substance use disorder program. Immediately to the south of this, on the southwest corner of Division and Andre, so I guess, well, I'm going to have trouble pointing these out, but on the aerial photo you can see the proposed provisioning center. Just to the south of that, at 2111 South Division, is a Pentecostal church that's about 50 feet south, and that institution has submitted an objection to the Planning Commission granting this proposed waiver. Oh, I can use the mouse, thank you. So that would be located right here. The second, that's about 425 feet away, is Mount Zion Baptist Church, that at 2100 Horton Avenue Southeast, and there has not been an objection. We have a very resourceful group here. There has not been, thank you, an objection filed, a written objection filed from staff. My understanding from some in the neighborhood is that there are some concerns from that church, but we have not received any sort of formal objection to granting the waiver. A little bit further out, at 107 Burton Southeast, that's up here, that would be just about northeast corner of Burton and Horton, is a church roughly 700 to 715 feet to the northeast. We have not received a formal written objection to the granting the waiver. Just to the east of there, at the northwest corner, of Burton and Jefferson, 1975 Jefferson Avenue Southeast is another religious institution. My understanding is that the religious institution may have vacated that property. However, we're not aware of any other use that has gone into its place, so there are still land use rights at that property for use as a religious institution, and therefore the Planning Commission must still grant a waiver of the separation distance in order to make the property in question eligible. And finally, north of Burton, the west side of Division, at Stewart, you have the Family Outreach Center, which is a licensed substance use disorder program, just over 900 feet north, and we have received a written objection from the executive director of that substance use disorder program, as well as 2 therapists, I believe one of which is based at that program as well. So we've received written objections from the church immediately to the south and from the substance use disorder program to the north. We haven't received formal written objections from either of the other 3
Landon?
Religious institutions. Yes, sir.
In the materials that we received, there was also an objection here from an individual saying that they were the pastor of Casa del Rey at 2143 South Division, but I don't see that listed here anywhere anywhere else in the material.
Yes.
What's the situation with that?
We weren't aware of that church being, having been legally established. It may have been, but we didn't have that as a legally established church as far as our records went. But there has been, so we wouldn't consider that for the purposes of separation distances a religious institution. We did receive that objection, and that's in your packet. So can I answer any other questions about the waivers that are required? Again, you'd need to go through all 5 waivers and grant each of them, all of them, if you were to have the land use question after this.
Any questions? No? All right, thanks, Landon. Sorry, Dr. Braham, go ahead.
For you, Brandon, or for legal counsel. I'm kind of foggy having taken a break. As you stated it, you're saying there were certain churches or institutions where a waiver was eligible to give a waiver that had not given one. The ordinance, what does the ordinance say?
The ordinance requires a 1,000-foot separation from several sensitive land uses. Some of those land uses include religious institution and substance use disorder program, of which five of which are within 1,000 feet.
So the lack of response should not be interpreted as approval.
Correct. It's
Okay.
a
All right, thanks.
lack of objection, of written objection, but from 2 of those you have received a formal written
All right,
objection.
thanks.
All right, thanks, Landon. If any other questions for Landon at this point? Otherwise, I think I'll have the applicant speak specifically to the waiver. I don't want to get too deep into the case, the security, things like that. I want to hear specifically about the 2111 South Division waiver to begin. We're going to have to take these individually.
Don't we typically allow them to come up during the public hearing as part of, like we don't do
We have done that to make their case at that
to make their
point.
case about the specific waiver and not,
That is,
right? Isn't that?
Past practice for the planning commission has been to just open the public hearing and the applicant would be considered a member of the public. It's the planning commission's discretion fully. So you could have the applicant speak first, but you'd want to take each one separately. So the
Right.
first one being, we typically take the closest one and further out. So
Okay.
the first one would be 111 South Division and only that waiver in question.
all right, so we'll tick down through the list then, and we'll give you the opportunity to come up and speak as part of the public hearing. Cool.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm going to open up the public hearing for the first waiver request. That would be with 2111 South Division Ave. And if you're here and want to speak specifically to that parcel's waiver, please come forward, state your name, and share your thoughts with us. Please just keep an eye on the timer. Keep your comments to less than 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm the pastor Aldo Colorado from 2111 South Division Church, and we sent an email because we know about the store where they are making a plan to do in there. I'm sorry, my English is not too good, but one of the things is was really close to our church, to our parking lot, and we are working in the area like churches from starting around like 2012. So we owned the building in 2016, and we are working with youth people to all families there to make the better place in our area. We are working with the families. The most of the families where we are in the church are from they are house owners in all areas. So that's the thing we are thinking about, and we have more signs here from the people. Nobody in the church, we are, we not agree with the store because we are, we was talking, and I think we need better business for the area, like, I don't know, a restaurant or some better. Another thing, it's really, really close for our parking lot. Usually the people there use our parking lot, and sometimes they are, if we say something, they are mad. One time, the person who was there tried to, run the car over me because I'm saying, you can't park here, and I know it's the city parking lot, but sometimes they don't want to pay, and because our parking lot is really, really close, they use the parking lot, and so there's a lot of different reasons where we are thinking we need a different business for our area. So that's the main thing. And I'm sorry for my English, but yeah, well,
You're fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Taylor, 2522 East Shore Drive. I'm the owner of K-Kind. We're a relatively small company. One of the reasons, speaking specifically on this waiver, we started this process of the winter of last year, almost a year ago, when we were going through the Good Neighbor Plan. There was no activity at that particular location. We did send that location, we did send them a letter, and we did canvass their door several times. But in the winter of last year, there was no activity at that location until about July or August. There was started to be construction. We were in that neighborhood almost every other week, either doing stuff with the community neighborhood association or canvassing that area or meeting with neighbors. But in about August of this year, there was construction and activity going on in that, and then we realized it was a church towards the end of August. So that is the reason we did mail them. We did send them information, and we did canvass them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else specific to this waiver request? All right, I will close the public hearing. It's just one comment per person per public hearing. So commissioners, any thoughts on this waiver?
Well, I haven't really seen any good reason to waive the waiver, I guess. I'm not sure exactly what the terminology is I should use, but I don't see any geographical problems that would, or typographical issues that would, keep this theoretically more than 1,000 feet away from the sensitive use. And so, yeah, I have a hard time understanding, or I have a hard time finding any evidence to grant the waiver.
Yeah, I think is the way we understand the ordinance as it's written, that's true here, more so than in a lot of cases that we've seen.
Again, I think we're looking at basically next door neighbors here. So, I mean, this is not, I think the staff report indicates 50-some feet as opposed to some of the others that we've run into where there are hundreds of feet or other obstacles there. This is next door.
Our city commission has decided that churches are a sensitive use, and regardless of when they started operating, they are recognized as such, and I don't see something that mitigates the distance or separation in this case.
You may recall that this particular religious institution did receive a special land use permit by this planning commission. I want to say it was 2015, but on or about, so it was, it is a legally established use.
Any other comments? All right, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll take a flyer at it. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission does not waive the required separation distance between the proposed medical marijuana provisioning center at 2057 South Division Avenue and the religious institution at 2111 South Division Avenue, Iglesia Pentecostal Unida Hispana, for the following reasons. The application has provided evidence that all eligible sensitive uses within the 1,000 feet of the proposed marijuana facility location have been notified by the applicant of the intent to seek a waiver from the separation distance required because the applicant has demonstrated, or because it's probably, it has been notified, and I'm not sure it was really relevant here. One or more of the representatives of the sensitive land use in question have filed written objection to the requested waiver and appeared at the hearing today to make that objection verbal also. The proposed distance waiver, if granted, will impair quality of life, damage neighborhood character, and discourage retail viability and variety, harm the stability of the it's not an industrial area, or have particular detrimental impacts on the sensitive land use at issue because adequate distance, 50 feet does not exist between the 50 feet does not exist between the closest property boundaries. I have to read this a little better here.
That an adequate distance does not exist, and then this 50 feet is indicating what that distance is.
Yes, I can see that now, so. When the adequate distance that, this is 50 feet from the proposed use, at the closest property boundaries. The minor street crossing between the two properties is not expected to discourage pedestrian traffic and typical traffic flows. Exceptional topographical or environmental conditions do not exist. Further, then I would go to skip down to be it further resolved that the decision shall take effect immediately.
All right, so there's a motion. Any support?
Support.
All right, final discussion. I guess, just not to nitpick, but I just, to clarify on standard E, for me personally, I think the latter part of that standard is most applicable. And I don't want to include, I personally wouldn't want to include things about the neighborhood character, retail viability, because I'm not sure that that's impacted. I think where it comes to the impairment of or having the detrimental impacts on the sensitive land use, I think is the most
I would agree with it if you felt that needed to be struck.
That's just me, just for me to be most comfortable with the standard as laid out.
I think that the most important thing here is that the proximity issue here, and I'm not making a judgment on the effect on the neighborhood, really.
Okay.
I feel like we should still, though, maintain under the standard that there, per testimony particular detrimental impacts on the sensitive land use
Yes.
as part of the standard if you
That's
want
true.
to remove the, retail viability and harm to the stability of the neighborhood.
Specifically, like parking concerns that they had that were relevant current, like, I think that could be incorporated.
I'm comfortable with that. I just wasn't comfortable with the broader statement. Okay.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Now just for process for everybody, we do need to take each of them, even though the waiver was not granted, in the case of something coming up and that not standing, we need to go through each of these requests. So the next would be Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church at 2100 Horton Ave Southeast. So I will open up the public hearing on the waiver request between those two locations. So if you have comments, please come forward, state your name, share your brief thoughts with us.
My name is Leonard Van Drunen. I'm a property owner in Burton Heights. And I respectfully ask you to deny the application, and I have 4 reasons. First of all, by ordinance, as you know, as you've discussed, there's a required 1,000-foot separation distance to churches. And our nearby churches oppose it. You've already seen one. I spoke with Reverend Stanley Couch, pastor of Mount Zion, and he assured me that they are opposed, and he said he sent a letter to you. I don't know why you don't have it. You'll have to take my word for it if you wish. But on that basis, I respectfully ask you to deny this application. Second reason I have is there's a lot of opposition from neighboring businesses and organizations, and as far as I know, 0 support from anybody in the neighborhood for this application. Letters opposing the site include Exalta Health, Salvation Army, House of Styles, Howard and Snope, La Casa de la Cabilla. These are all long-term respected and significant assets to the neighborhood. They all oppose it. The applicant shows 16 individuals supporting the location, if you look at item 46 in the agenda, but when you look at the address of those 16 individuals, not one is even close to Burton Heights. All are from other parts of Grand Rapids, far from our neighborhood, actually. One is actually from Wyoming, 2 are from East Grand Rapids. No local business organization that I know of supports this site or this application. And so on that basis, I again respectfully ask you to deny this application. Third, we have several child care facilities within 1,000 feet of the proposed site. The state licenses several types of child care facilities, larger ones with over 12 kids and smaller ones with less than 12 kids. The city marijuana ordinance does not allow stores within 1,000 feet of the larger child care facilities, but sadly does allow marijuana stores within 1,000 feet of the smaller child care facilities. If you look at my letter, which is item 25 in the agenda, you can see that the smaller child care facilities tend to be in lower income areas of Grand Rapids and larger facilities tend to be in higher income areas. Thus, the city marijuana ordinance allows marijuana stores in Burton Heights, even though we have many child care facilities in Burton Heights, but precludes, for example, medical marijuana stores in, for example, Easttown. This is discriminatory against lower income children and families. And since we have several child care facilities within 1,000 feet of this proposed site, I again respectfully ask you to deny this application, even though I know that's not in the ordinance. I ask you to factor that into your thinking. Fourth, this application, this site has not been supported by the Corridor Improvement Authority Board. This site is inconsistent with several aspects of our new area specific plan. So again, on that basis, I respectfully ask you to deny the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, John Taylor again, Portage, Michigan. One, I'd want to, with regards to parking in the previous one, I know I don't want to stray as much as the previous gentleman from the actual ordinance of what we're doing on today's 250 feet from the Iglesias Church. But we have submitted applications. We've had several township meetings. It's unfortunate the previous gentleman or other people couldn't attend any of the public neighborhood association meetings that we did have. We've hosted many at our Garfield Park. We've canvassed the neighborhood. We've gotten letters of support from people from the city of Grand Rapids, from numerous people. So I think it's unfair to say that no one supports this. There is a stigma of cannabis in the community, and I think it's discriminatory that the poorer areas of Grand Rapids will not be receiving the economic benefits that a lot of the wealthier areas are going to be receiving. We at K-Kind pay a living wage job. We pay $16 an hour and above to our employees. This is badly needed in the Burton Heights area. To have abandoned buildings that have been vacant for years and nobody's been able to do it. The only people that are right now that are going to these places are homeless people and vagrants. Those are the people that are occupying that building. It's been unoccupied for over 3 years now. No tenant has been interested in that facility. The cameras that we will have outside our facilities that can share with the police officers of Grand Rapids will help from situations like the kidnapping of children that happened at Burton and Division. These types of things that can help police and help the community are a benefit. I just hope that the stigma that cannabis brings doesn't make people miss the forest from the trees. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Trang, and I am a property owner as well. I thought this was just for the business itself, so I wasn't prepared for this. I do agree with the gentleman over there, because this neighborhood has a lot of empty storefronts. So there's a lot of people panhandling, walking around, and putting litter all over the place. I feel like this neighborhood is a forgotten neighborhood. So the city hasn't done anything about the area. And I think that business coming in will only help the neighborhood itself and all the investment. And hopefully with them, when they come in, that other businesses can feel secured and come in and invest in the area as well. So that I was prepared to talk about when it is done. I was prepared to talk about this waiver. So if I may, then I'll come back and talk when you go through the licensing.
Yeah, let's just, yep, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. And just a note, let's try and, we're really focused right now on the waiver request between this and 2100 Horton Ave Southeast. Come on.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Euchre. I'm a resident of Grand Rapids. I actually live within a couple of miles of the neighborhood. Just briefly going off of what John had said, it is unfortunate that there is such a stigma around cannabis itself, because if you look in, as far as, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the ban of cartridges, but what that was people were illegally putting vitamin E in the cartridges, and what that was getting picked up by black markets. Having a provision center close by would be a good way to regulate and make sure that there's a safe place to buy and sell these products. Otherwise, it is going to become a part of the black market, and having that will make Grand Rapids more unsafe. Having something like a provision center will ultimately create a safer environment for the neighborhood itself.
Thanks. Would you mind stating your name just one more time?
Rachel Euchre?
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Danae Twig. I am actually an employee of K-Kind. I currently live in the Grand Rapids area, and I do make about an hour commute to the dispensary in Kalamazoo. I do get a lot of people that they ask me why I do such a thing, why I make the commute. And to be completely honest, it's the best job I've ever had. Thanks to these gentlemen right here, I've been blessed with the opportunity to make a living wage in an industry that I personally care about. And I also get to help people, which as a psychology major here, it's a very, very passionate thing for me. As much as I don't mind the drive, I would be absolutely thrilled to be able to work closer to home and to school, and to have the chance to aid my own community in a way that not only benefits our patients, but our city as a whole. I truly believe that K-Kind will make a positive impact on our community, and I really hope that you guys can give us the chance to prove it. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else on this specific waiver request? All right, I will close the public hearing. And commissioners, turn to you for any discussion or thoughts.
I think we, like Commissioner Davis did the last time, let's just clarify. Our ordinance establishes religious institutions as a sensitive land use, regardless of our own opinions about that. That's what we're dealing with. And so what we're looking for is a reason to waive the separation distance that has to do with the particular religious institution in question.
Any other thoughts?
As I consider the physical distance between the Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church, John Horton, and the applicant facility, does anybody know, because I can't tell from the documents, is there any kind of a crosswalk, cross division? The Andre doesn't go straight through. So I'm curious about the ease and access between the two locations. There's no crosswalk there? Okay.
I think the closest crosswalk is that you'd have to go north to Cutler.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing marked.
Other comments or thoughts on this? No, I'm sorry, sir. Yep, all right, I understand. Yep, all right. Commissioners, other thoughts on this? I think I know where you were going with the question on the crosswalk, since there's
Yeah,
not
I
one.
believe one of the standards is, if there's any kind of physical barrier between the two, and I mean, so I'm just trying to walk through the factual information about the physical distance between the church and the applicant site.
I think in this case, too, we're looking at two relatively short, but 2 blocks of residential neighborhood between the 2 locations also.
You have a thought? No? Just look like you do. Okay. All right, would someone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I haven't really, I understand Commissioner Baylor's point about the crosswalk, but this still also feels very close to me, and I haven't heard really any good evidence as to why we should grant the waiver, so I will make a motion. Now therefore be resolved that the Planning Commission does not waive the required separation distance between the proposed medical marijuana provisioning center at 2057 South Division Avenue and the religious institution at 2100 Horton Street Southeast, Mount Zion, for the following reasons. One or more representatives of the select, I would say that per testimony of that we heard during public hearing, while we do not have a formal letter in the packet from Mount Zion, there was testimony from one of the Southtown area steering committee members that had spoken with the pastor that the church is opposed to the granting of the waiver. And E, the proposed distance waiver, if granted, will impair Kyle, you brought up some concerns about
I just want
that one.
I want to be as specific as possible with that standard.
Yeah.
Because I don't personally find in most cases that applicants, the uses would be detrimental to retail viability and things like that.
Okay,
That's just my personal.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
might feel differently.
yeah, well, and I think we have had some testimony from the area businesses that they do feel it will harm there are letters in our packet saying that they would harm the retail viability of the district, because adequate distance does not exist between the closest property boundaries of the proposed marijuana facility and this religious institution. Exceptional topographic or environmental conditions such as steep slopes, a significant amount of mature vegetation, a fixed or unmovable natural or unnatural barrier such as a river or similar environmental body, freeway or similar roadway or extensive berm or wall that cannot be crossed and have the effect of increasing the practical separation distance between the medical marijuana facility and the sensitive land use do not exist because there's no applicable condition present on either property in question, as it is directly down the street from the religious institution, and there's a crosswalk at the next block north. So be it further resolved that this decision shall take effect immediately.
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any final discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. The next waiver request is for property at 107 Burton Street Southeast, 705 feet away. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today about the waiver request specific to 107 Burton, please come forward, state your name, and share your thoughts.
Hello, my name is Teresa Phillips, and it's not so much it's 107 as it is the 1975 Jefferson. I am a resident in the area, and we already have great issues on drug use, alcohol use, and prostitution. The recovery center that was there had a NA program, it had a AA program, and it also had a program for the prostitution. They moved out only so that the neighborhood could grow in housing, and that was something that the neighborhood wanted, was more housing and more cheaper housing, low-income housing. And so, in saying that, the area already has its issues and its problems. This is not something that's going to help grow the community or benefit the community. We just don't want it. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else for this waiver request? All right, I will close the public hearing. Landon, can you just clarify, this is drawn as the crow flies, not along the street frontage? Okay. All right, commissioners' thoughts? I guess I'll just say I think this is different. It's up and around the corner. These are two very busy streets, and considering the fact that it's the distance is drawn as the crow flies and not practically how one would walk on the sidewalk and around the corner, I think this is different. I don't see how this use would detrimentally impact the sensitive user at 107 Burton.
I agree with that, especially with this being on the north side of Burton. Excuse me. Not only around the corner, not only two busy streets, but also removed by another crosswalk and light effectively to navigate to and from these two distances. Obviously, there's no line of sight really possible in any way. So I would agree that this feels significantly different than the last two waivers.
I agree.
Anyone else? It'd be great to hear from one other person that might feel similarly, so we don't end up in a tough spot here.
One other person that what?
Might feel similarly, so we don't end up in a tough spot.
Oh.
No? Oh, okay.
I was just trying to see where the Silver Line bus stop was compared to the,
I believe it's further north,
it's a little further north, yeah.
closer to Burton, yeah.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission waives the required separation distance between the proposed medical marijuana provisioning center with a partial parking waiver at 2057 South Division Avenue and the religious institution at 107 Burton Street Southeast, Iglesia Viva Columna, for the following reasons. The applicant has provided evidence that all eligible sensitive uses within 1,000 feet of the proposed marijuana facility location have been notified by the applicant of the intent to seek a waiver from the separation distance requirements because the applicant demonstrated that they've contacted the sensitive land use in question by certified mail on March 1st of 2019. One or more representatives of the sensitive land use in question have not filed a written objection to the requested waiver. The proposed distance waiver, if granted, will not impair quality of life, damage neighborhood character, discourage retail viability and variety, harm the stability of industrial areas, and or have particularly detrimental impacts on the sensitive land use at issue because the church's primary entrance is approximately 1,160 feet from the customer entrance of the proposed provisioning center when traveled via the public sidewalk and road network, and this distance is far enough to moderate any potential effects. Driveways and or street crossings of two major streets between the two properties may discourage pedestrian traffic. Exceptional topographic or environmental conditions such as steep slopes, a significant amount of nature, vegetation, et cetera, do exist between the proposed medical marijuana facility and the sensitive land use by way of the local pedestrian and road layout and lack of public connection. The orientation of the sensitive land use and its primary entrance is such that practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use is increased because the primary entrances for both facilities face in such a way that the actual travel distance between the two facilities is increased to approximately 1,160 feet. Be it further resolved that this decision shall take effect immediately.
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any final discussion?
Back to nuancing the wording, do you want to say effectively under E.I? Because it's not a freeway or a similar roadway, but it's, I think what you're saying is its effect is the same.
Yes, please.
Okay, still supportive?
Yeah.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right. The motion carries. Our next waiver request then is for the property at 1975 Jefferson Street Southeast. Open up the public hearing for the waiver request on that specific distance waiver.
I'll just be very quick. There is no activity in that. There was the recovery center there. They have since moved. It's still, as Landon has mentioned in his opening remarks, it's still registered as a church. We've contacted them several times. Our store manager has even gone and knocked on the door several times. There doesn't seem to be any activity there, at least in the last 14 months.
I'm Bill Paxton. I'm president of Exalta Health. Speaking specifically to this, I talked to Reverend Mark Vandermeer, who is the senior pastor for Community Recovery Center. They have moved out, as clarified. My understanding from him, and I talked to him 3 weeks ago, is they're running the sanctuary yet to another church. He was going to pass on the information. He had not received the information, probably because they're not physically there. So he was going to pass on information. I can't speak to why they haven't sent something in writing, but he said he was opposed, and he thought the other church would be too.
All right, anyone else? I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, thoughts on this?
And this one is similar. You have to cross Division and Burton. There's no line of sight view to the proposed location. No formal objection filed.
Just to clarify, though, I do believe that there is an active worship that is at least planning to operate out of the building. We've been working with Link, who is building the affordable housing project right next door, and there has been quite a bit of communication between the religious institution that still owns the building. So I just want to clarify that we have been in communication with them about separate issues, so I'm aware that they are still active in their, in terms of ownership and planning to begin worship again.
If I recall, they were actually here before this panel when we gave the special land use for the housing units surrounding that building.
Yes.
But again, this, as to the previous waiver, this is even further down Burton Street than the previous location was, and all of the reasons that applied to the previous location apply to this one also.
Okay, any other thoughts? Would someone like to make a motion?
Sure. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission waives the required separation distance between the proposed medical marijuana provisioning center at 2057 South Division Avenue and the religious institution at 1975 Jefferson Avenue Southeast, Community Recovery International, for the following reasons. The application has provided evidence that all eligible sensitive uses within 1,000 feet of the proposed marijuana facility location have been notified by the applicant of the intent to seek a waiver from separation distance requirements because the applicant has demonstrated that they contacted the sensitive land use in question by certified mail on March 1st, 2019. One or more of the representatives of the sensitive land use in question have not filed a written objection to the requested waiver. The proposed distance waiver, if granted, will not impair the quality of life, damage neighborhood character, discourage retail viability and variety, harm the stability of industrial areas, and or have particular detrimental impacts on the sensitive land use at issue because the church's primary entrance is approximately 1,630 feet from the customer entrance of the proposed provisioning center when traveled via the public sidewalk and road network, and this distance is far enough to moderate any potential effects, and driveway and or street crossings of the two major streets between the two properties may discourage pedestrian traffic. And the orientation of the sensitive land use, well, I'll go back to the other one, that one's fine. Exceptional topographic or environmental conditions such as steep slopes, a significant amount of mature vegetation, a fixed and immovable natural or unnatural barrier such as river or similar environmental body, freeway or similar roadway, or extensive berm or wall cannot be crossed and have the effect of increasing the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and sensitive land use do exist because due to the road layout and lack of public connections, having a similar effect as a freeway or similar roadway. Makes the actual travel distance between the entrances for the two uses approximately 1,630 feet. And the orientation of the sensitive land use and or location of the primary entrances is such that the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use is increased because the primary entrances for both facilities face in such a way that the actual travel distance between two facilities is increased to approximately 630 feet. Be it further resolved that the decision takes effect immediately.
Support.
All right. We have motion and support. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. And our last waiver request will be for the Family Outreach Center at 1939 South Division Ave. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here about the waiver request specific to 1939 Division, please come forward, state your name, and share your thoughts.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Dr. Denise V. Chandler. I'm the Executive Director of Family Outreach Center. I've had the pleasure of being in this neighborhood since 1985. Family Outreach Center is an outpatient mental health and substance abuse treatment agency, and based on my understanding, we are 915 feet from the proposed site. You have my letter of opposition in your possession. I'm certainly concerned about economic development and so forth in the neighborhood, but also our agency takes care of people with not only mental health but substance use disorder concerns. Our largest demographic is in the 49507 neighborhood, and we recognize and treat people every day that use marijuana, and often it's the gateway drug to other drugs that we have the experience in treating. So I'm concerned about this dispensary opening up in that area. I would call the area area of transition in the least, because there is a lot of vagrancy, there is some homelessness, there is some panhandling, and I understand that this type of organization is a cash organization, or will be a cash organization if my information is correct, and I'm concerned about what that will mean as it relates to the quality of life of the children, the youth, the adults, and families that we are working with, many of whom reside in that area and go up and down those streets every day. So I am asking that you not grant the special waiver, because we are a treatment facility, we are residing in the area, we have experience in the area, and we're continuing to provide a much-needed service to those individuals that live in the area and come into the area to engage us in their treatment. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Joe Keck. I had actually been the one that went to the Family Outreach Center. I met with Venice here. She's a lovely lady. We had spoken briefly on what we would, basically our plan of contributing to the neighborhood, and I dropped off literature that actually had to do with success stories and ways that cannabis can actually help people get off narcotics. Now, being a individual who has had a grandmother actually overdose on opioids and pass away, something like what they do, I love it and appreciate it. But if a place like us can help people get off opioids, it's a win for us all. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marcus Ringnalda. I'm a property owner of 1944 Division Avenue South, which is the abandoned, what used to be called the Four Star Theater, directly across the street from the Family Outreach Center. And I do hope to be in front of you all in the coming months for special land use, for assembly use for the building. I am not only the property owner, but have recently founded Friends of Four Star Incorporated, which has a mission to restore that facility, convert it to a community arts venue. But starting to learn the assembly use process, I know there's a management plan for, say, alcohol that we have to go through and be very thorough about who's actually going to be coming into our facility, not necessarily if we're serving, but even people consuming. Requires an intense management plan and a lot of research to be done. So being sensitive to the fact that once one of these is approved, that there can't be another one located within 1,000 feet, I just haven't seen the due diligence done to make me comfortable with this, so I would advise to not grant the special waiver. Thanks.
Hi, thank you very much. This will be my last time talking the last waiver, but there is, we did meet with some of the local people in the area that are hoping to put a medical marijuana provisioning center in the same area. It's probably some of the same people that are organizing opposition to our application, I would suspect. We've had a number of meetings with lots of people in this area. There is another provisioning center down the road. I hope you guys hold the same standards with separation distances at that one that you do with ours. One thing just to note, and I know this is not on you, this is more in the city of Grand Rapids, but I would hope that in the future that there's a little more faith given to the people that do attend worship and attend church, that they won't be tempted by walkability distances to a provisioning center. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angelica Velasquez. I have a small business in South Division. My concern is about we have a lot of application for the marijuana store, and the South Division is like a downtown for our community. That's where the people going to eat, church, school, everything, and we don't need this kind of business there. We need opportunities for this community. We want to get to the second level for this community. We want to pull the people. You know, there's a lot of marginalized people there. They live, they don't have opportunity. We are working very hard for something well coming to this community. And there's the opportunity for you, for everyone, to support our community. Don't waver. No one. We don't need that kind of opportunity. Yeah, and I guarantee there's people, they want to open business there, they say job for community there. That's not for my community. They bring their own people to work in those places. We don't need that kind of business. I am very passionate for my community, and I feel like that's just a great, great opportunity for you guys, for each one, to support this neighbor. We are working very hard for many years, and we are working to get a better foundation for this community. And I don't know, I wanted to touch the heart for everybody, and you can bring different kind of business, different kind of opportunities. We need a school,
Please
we need
keep
a lot of things.
keep your comments addressed to us. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I want to touch the heart for each one.
Yep.
Too, because that's a great opportunity for everybody to make something great for each one. And I wanted to appreciate the opportunity to talk. I sent some letter, read it please. And I say thank you, don't waver. And I want to go back to the community. And when they say they knock door, we have a lot, 1,000. The people, they don't need it, they don't want it. And we have a hard time. Not only in Grand Rapids, around the world. Give it the good news today. Don't waver, no one through there in the South Division. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, thoughts?
I think we're on this, this is a situation where we've got a significant distance here of more than 900 feet. But again, it's straight down the same street. I think on the recently approved South Division plan, they treat this all as one entity in that plan. So I think we need to treat this as one entity there too. We have, active objection from the use holder here. I think while it is distances similar to the distances involved in the ones that we did not, that we granted the waivers on, I think the equities in this one probably lean towards denying the waiver and not granting the waiver.
Others?
Yeah, I've heard testimony and read within the record multiple letters from people who live and provide service in the neighborhood that tell us that if we grant this waiver, it will have a negative impact on the quality of life in this neighborhood and have detrimental impacts on this particular sensitive use, which is the Family Outreach Center. So I'm basing a decision based on the information and the facts that we've been presented today, both in terms of Dr. Chandler's testimony as well as other documents we've received.
And I hear you're distinguishing between this use and a religious institution.
I'm not distinguishing it. I'm just suggesting that the facts that have been presented from Dr. Chandler and others who work in connection with the Family Outreach Center, which is a sensitive use, suggest that under the standard, it will have a detrimental impact on the service that it provides to this community.
And I also do think that this does feel a little different than the two previous just before this, because as Commissioner Greenwald said, it is on the same side of the street and it's a direct shot. There's a crosswalk right at Burton with a signal there to make it crossing easy. So it doesn't feel like there's the barrier as much to me.
I guess I'll just say that I think while I'm sensitive to the arguments, I think I'll rely on the practical distance from entrance to entrance being 1,050 feet. I'll say this is still a relatively significant distance, and I'm not confident that this user in this facility will have a greater impact on that outreach center than someone that might be 2,000 feet away. I'm just not, I don't see it for this specific one. So I guess I would be inclined to grant the waiver. I think Burton's a busy street. It's hard to argue. It's not.
So my thinking is, again, the City Commission identified the Family Outreach Center as the type of sensitive use that would require our evaluation. I'm not competent to suggest whether or not this use would have a negative impact on the Family Outreach Center, which is why I'm going off the testimony and the facts of the people who are trained and qualified to provide that. And the facts that I have is that it will have a detrimental impact because it's within the 1,000 feet and because the city has identified this as a special or sensitive use.
Have a motion.
Okay.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Planning Commission does not waive the required separation distance between the proposed medical marijuana located provisioning center at 2057 South Division Avenue and the, it says religious institution, but it's the treatment center.
Substance use disorder facility.
Thank you. At 1939 South Division Avenue, Family Outreach Center for the following reasons. One or more representatives of the sensitive land use in question have filed a written objection to the requested waiver and have testified accordingly. Proposed distance waiver, if granted, will have particularly detrimental impact on the sensitive land use at issue because adequate distance does not exist between the closest property boundaries of the proposed marijuana facility and this institution. Exceptional topographic or environmental conditions such as steep slopes, a significant amount of mature vegetation, a fixed or unmovable natural or unnatural barrier such as a river or similar environmental body, freeway or similar roadway, or extensive berm or wall that cannot be crossed and have the effect of increasing the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use do not exist. And the orientation of the sensitive land use and or location of its primary entrance is not such that the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and sensitive land use is increased substantially.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any discussion?
Would
Is
you,
it taking effect immediately?
Yeah. Be it further resolved.
And be it further resolved that this decision shall take effect immediately.
I'm wondering under Part E about the impaired quality of life and detrimental impacts, whether you would consider citing the fact that several letters by practitioners providing service out of the outreach were submitted for consideration.
I heard conflicting opinions on that, so I'd rather leave it narrow.
Where did you hear that? I'm sorry, where did you hear the conflicting, from a practitioner or from the one from the applicant, or?
Well, the applicant is technically a practitioner.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Aye. All right, the motion carries. Thanks for your time. All right. Yeah, so just to summarize then, because a couple of the waiver requests were denied, we won't be going through the land use question at this time. And we will move on to our next case.
I just want to clarify that because the three of the 5 sensitive uses were denied, the property is not considered eligible. Therefore, the Planning Commission is not able to consider the special land use.
All right, very, very good. Yep, thanks. Yep. All right, our next case is 1109 Michigan Street Northeast.
Thank you. This special land use request at 1109 Michigan Street Northeast is for a marijuana provisioning center. We have one sensitive land use located within 1,000 feet, which is Fuller Park. On this zoning map, it's down at the lower right corner. It's labeled SDOS, that's open space. And the highlighted parcel to the northwest is the provisioning center site that's proposed. The park located within 1,000 feet, Fuller Park, the Planning Commission does have to waive the required separation distance in order to make this property eligible for a marijuana facility, or at least for special land use review, to allow that. The crow flying distance is about 750 feet southeast. One thing I should have mentioned before is the practical distance. I know there were questions about that, and network distance between this property and the park is closer to 1,600, 1,700 feet. The City Commission, as the owner of this park, did consider this request in August 2019. They had a public hearing on the 13th, and they voted on the 27th and chose not to object to the Planning Commission granting this waiver, so there is no objection from the owner of the park. And also we have an email from the Parks Department saying that they have no objection either. Just to clarify, in your packet, there was the City Commission's packet for their consideration of the waiver request. That has a resolution in the packet that says basically to object. That was prepared by staff to give to the City Commission if they used it to vote. They did not vote to object, so there is no objection. Just want to make that clear. So I guess I could, as before, we need to have the public hearing about the waiver request before we speak about the land use. Unless you have any questions from you at this point.
Any questions for Landon? No? Thank you. I will open up the public hearing. This is specific to the waiver request between 1109 Michigan Street Northeast and Fuller Park. Please come forward, state your name, and share your thoughts with us.
Down. I'm Madison Smith. I'm the director of the Midtown Neighborhood Association. I just wanted to speak to how grateful we've been for AgriMed throughout the past year. As this is new territory to Grand Rapids, residents have been really confused and unsure about what is happening with medical marijuana. So it's been great to have Aaron as a partner of our neighborhood association in educating instead of just pushing their business plans forward. They also took the time to be sure that any confusions were answered and just really making sure that we were reaching out, and they partnered with us to help us reach more neighbors just to help educate throughout the process. So we're really grateful for AgriMed in comparison to other applicants who did not make us feel the same way. So I just wanted to speak to that.
Ed, do you have a question, Dr. Brain?
What financial relationship, if any, do you have with the group here?
Financial relationship?
Yes.
We have received a small donation to help with the time that I've spent because it's not exactly grant related, so I couldn't charge my hours to the grant, so they were willing to provide us some funds so that I could spend time educating the neighbors on medical marijuana.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lori Terpstra. I am the owner of 1121 Michigan Street. Hi, Jim. Which is the former O'Reilly's Ace Hardware, the old one. I also own 1234 Michigan Street, which is the current, and I own 1050 Michigan Street, which is across the street. We've had lots of discussions with Greg and Aaron, and I'm appreciative of that. If you choose to give them a waiver to the park, I would like you to consider making it conditional on all signage must be on the building. They do have a pole sign in the parking lot that I own right in front of the marijuana facility, and which would be another 100-foot closer to the park approximately. And I would just like it to be conditional on that. I think they have a wonderful program. I've seen their brand. They've been communicative, and I would not oppose. We just agreed in the room over there that they would be putting it on the building, so I would just like to ask you to make it conditional on something that we've agreed to. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else on this waiver request?
Hi there again. Good to see you guys. Again, my name's Aaron Smith. I am with AgriMed. I kind of want to just walk through everything, explain again who we are, the process, everything related to the criteria, and everything related to the property. Again, we started this process in the fall of 2018. We attempted to find parcels that we felt the citizens of Grand Rapids would appreciate. We looked at hundreds across the city, and we found that this one to be the most acceptable, as many of the residents in all of Grand Rapids, not just in the Midtown Neighborhood Association, said that they did not want something in their face. The members of the neighborhood really like that the property is set back off of Michigan and Fuller. The building also sits below street level, again making the building much less visible to the general public. I've held 3 public meetings. I've been on the agenda for 2 neighborhood association meetings, attended multiple other neighborhood association meetings, as well as met with the CID regarding any issues for the property itself. And we have not had one objection to the property. In regarding the criteria, in order to determine whether it's best interest of the city and the public health and safety and welfare to grant a separation waiver for publicly owned parks and playgrounds, there's 4 things that you guys need to take into consideration. The first is it consistent and will not materially impair the purpose and intent of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. There will be no impact on the master plan, and the Parks Department has commented that they have no concerns about the Planning Commission granting a waiver for Fuller Park. Number 2, will it not place an excessive burden on services currently furnished or may be required by the city or public agency, including but not limited to park maintenance and operations? There will be no impact on park operations and maintenance. And again, the Parks Department has commented they have no concerns about the Planning Commission granting a waiver for Fuller Park. Number 3, will exhibit appropriate mitigation measures to reduce potentially adverse impacts. There will be landscape screening done to the north and south of the parcel. Number 4, whether one or more of the following conditions exist that will reduce potential detrimental impacts if the waiver is granted. Exceptional topographic environmental conditions, steep slopes, mature vegetation, unmovable natural or unnatural objects, river, environmental body of water, freeway, similar roadway, or extensive berm that can't be crossed. Yes, the dispensary is located 1,000 and could be located 1,026 feet from the park when measuring along streets and sidewalks at Michigan and Fuller. It is 1,608 feet network distance, and the parcel does not have frontage on Michigan or Fuller Avenue as well. And it's also set behind multiple buildings. The businesses between 1109 Michigan and Fuller Park are Unlimited Alternative, Mister's Car Wash, Speedway Gas Station, Shell Gas Station, Advance America, Subway, Big B Coffee, Sheldon Cleaners, Walgreens Pharmacy, Martha's Catering, Cleaners and Tuxedos, Checkers, Family Dollar, and Chase Bank. Again, during the committee of the whole meeting, they voted to grant, or they had no opposition to this waiver, and we have heard no objections from the public at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public on this waiver request? All right, I'll close the public hearing, turn to commissioners. Any thoughts, concerns?
Well, I think just on the pure distances here, if you're going to follow the sidewalks and the streets, you're outside of the 1,000 feet. The city has not objected and would not have an objection to us granting this waiver. We have not heard from any neighbors that would have an objection to it, or any testimony that there would be an adverse effect upon the neighborhood itself. So I haven't found, other than the fact that the city ordinance calls this a sensitive use and sets the 1,000-foot limit, I haven't found a reason not to waive the distance relationship here.
Okay, other thoughts?
I'm just confused by the dual personality of the city on this issue. On the one hand, they create an ordinance to say that it is. On the other hand, they hold a hearing and say that it isn't. I would like some consistency with reference to the directions that they give me. I'm just a country boy from North Carolina and easily confused.
I appreciate your comment, Dr. Breen.
Thank you. I agree with that confusion as well, and that's why I was reminding myself of the reasons that the city gave for not objecting to the waiver. And it's pretty generalized, but it seems to have mostly to do with the distance factor.
Any other thoughts?
Now therefore be it resolved.
I was just going to say, and for testimony, and I've driven by this before too, and it is sort of set down and sort of hidden and not even visible from the park in that regards, and I think it makes it a little different too.
Apologies.
Just for communication with the city commission, it gives us a task to perform, and it seems as if it usurps that when it takes on the role of the planning commission. If we are to look at the facts and to see whether or not mitigating circumstances exist, then we ought to be permitted to do that. And given that I'm timed out anyway, I'm bold enough to say that to the city commission.
I think not so much doing the work of the city, the planning commission, but acting as the sensitive use owner, property owner. I think that's where it gets really confusing, and this is not the most confusing that we will see from them. Just wait.
Just promise.
Just wait. All right, carry on, Commissioner.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission waives the required separation distance between the proposed medical marijuana provisioning center at 1109 Michigan Street Northeast and Fuller Park for the following reasons. One or more representatives of the sensitive land use in question have spoken to the separation waiver by way of the City Commission voting to not object to the Planning Commission's granting of said waiver. The proposed distance waiver, if granted, will not impair quality of life, damage neighborhood character, discourage retail viability and variety, harm the stability of industrial areas, and/or have particularly detrimental impacts on the sensitive land use at issue, because the primary park entrance is located approximately 1,680 feet from the customer entrance of the proposed provisioning center when traveling by the public road, sidewalk network. Driveway and/or crossings of the two major streets between the two properties may discourage pedestrian traffic, and the Grand Rapids Park Department has stated that they do not have concerns about the granting of this waiver. Exceptional topographic or environmental conditions by way of freeway or similar roadway have the effect of increasing the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use. Because two major city streets are located between the primary park entrance and the proposed marijuana facility, which restricts direct passage between the two locations and forces travelers onto the public road and/or sidewalk network. The orientation of the sensitive land use or location of its primary entrances is such that the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use is increased because the primary entrances for both facilities are located in such a manner that the actual travel distance between the two facilities is increased to roughly 1,680 feet. Be it further resolved that this decision shall take effect immediately.
All right, do we have a motion? Do we have support?
Support.
Any final discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Now we will get on to the land use question.
Okay, thank you. This site is located on the northwest corner of Michigan and Fuller, a little bit west of Fuller. As you heard from the public hearing, this is located behind the building that was the Family Dollar, formerly the Riley's Hardware. The site itself is about 12,800 square feet and accessed from Michigan to the south. There's potential access to the east as well, which is currently this doesn't work, a future development site. The building that is currently located on the property is about 3,750 square feet. I need to make a note that there is a floor plan slide in your, as you know, in these cases, there's often security concerns because of the nature of the use, and there is a floor plan slide in your packet that is not marked as PC only, floor plans and elevations, and it should be. And also that's in this presentation. I'll have to skip over that slide, but I can show you the unmarked version of the floor plan on this slide so you can get an idea of the proposed provisioning center's layout. But for security plans, for the SEPTED plan, for the operations and management plan, and for the floor plan slide that you have in your packet, if you have comments about that, please please let me know, and don't speak those publicly because we need to enter a closed session to discuss those if needed. As far as this site and building, I mentioned the site is just over 12,000 square feet. The building is roughly 3,700 square feet. The applicant proposes to retain the building as is, making cosmetic changes to the building, repainting siding, adding signage and lighting, replace an existing overhead door with windows. Proposed changes to the site include addition of landscaping at the north end and also to the south. Currently just south of the building there is pavement, and the applicant is proposing to introduce some green space to get closer to the 15% required green space for the district. Currently there's 0% green space. Currently there's about 13 unstriped parking spaces on the site. The applicant proposes to restripe those spaces, and bringing them into compliance with the ordinance would end up with 10 spaces on site. A retail use of 3,750 square feet, as proposed, requires 10 on-site parking spaces, and therefore the parking is adequate and does not require a waiver. The applicant has been pursuing additional parking spaces via shared parking agreement with the property to the east, and I believe has 3 or 4 spaces. I'll defer to the applicant on that, those details. But again, on-site parking it meets requirements and does not require a waiver. Additionally, you have stops for rapid routes 13 and 19 at the intersection of Michigan and Fuller. The applicant submitted a MyVita voluntary equitable development agreement for marijuana, but did not commit to hiring 30 employees. So there's not that concern about the employees straining on-site parking as there has been for some applications that you've reviewed. Instead, the applicant estimates 10 to 15 employees initially, and potentially over time increasing that to 20 employees total, with 12 possibly up to 15 maximum on site at any given time. I know that the applicants also pursued a letter of intent with the Rapid as far as providing bus passes for their employees, and I can defer to them on how that might be able to address their employee parking needs. This provisioning center is proposed to be open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Daily. No growing or processing is proposed. This is provisioning center only. Again, the retail sale of medical marijuana products. They have communicated and met with the Midtown Neighborhood Association on several occasions that are outlined in your packet. We received a comment during the public hearing for the park separation distance waiver from the Midtown Neighborhood Association of support, and they also sent a letter of support for the special land use request in November. We haven't received any other correspondence in support or opposition. I had spoken on the phone with a nearby business owner, Ms. Terpstra, who spoke about the sign at Michigan, and my understanding is that the applicant proposes to remove the pole sign and have wall signage only, and I'll defer to them on those details.
And
Can I
am
answer-
I
yes,
correct?
sorry.
The provisioning center's on a separate parcel anyways, so they don't actually have frontage on Michigan that would give them rights to a sign.
That's correct, and I'm not sure how the sign was originally established, but there was a sign for that location that's been in existence. So they would have been continuing a non-conforming sign, but are proposing not to.
Wait, and sorry, so can you clarify that for me? We can not make any conditions regarding that sign? Is that what you're saying?
I would suggest that, my understanding is the applicant is proposing to remove that sign. I'll defer to them to formally state that during testimony, and I would suggest that if you're inclined to approve this land use, that they would condition that upon their testimony, that they would remove the sign.
Thank you.
Are there transparency requirements? There weren't.
There are transparency requirements in this district. The front transparency requirement, which would be the south, is 60% between 2 and 8 feet above grade. There are currently no, I wonder if I can show a existing facility. There are currently no windows on the front, the south facade, and the applicant's proposing to continue that. So they would not, it would be a non-conforming situation. They could increase. You could require them to increase, although you can also waive transparency if it's detrimental to the security or operation of the use inside. They are proposing windows along the east and, I guess, south facade of the northern part of the building, closest to the customer entrance, to include and expand the existing transparency. It would not meet the transparency requirements of the ordinance, but it would get closer.
Any other questions? No? All right, thanks. I'll invite the applicant up then. You did a really great job in your 3 minutes before, so just, you know.
I practiced. Hi there. Do you guys want to start? I can start addressing some of these questions right off the top.
It'd be great, yeah, if you want to just jump right into any,
Sure.
like, very specific concerns, that'd be awesome, and.
Yep. In relation to the sign, the parcel has a sign easement that has been granted to it on Michigan Avenue. So, and that's where the current pole sign is located. So there is a right with that parcel to have a sign there, and we've said we'll take the sign down if Lori would like it. So we leave the easement and keep moving on. In regards to specifics, Landon, do you have some of the exterior photos? I think it'd be good for them to kind of see it related to transparency. Left or right? Okay, so this is kind of what it looks like right now on the bottom. Is the current look, and we're kind of keeping with it. We're adding landscaping to the south side of the parcel, as well as some larger blocks. After we met with SEPTED, a couple of their concerns were with the height of the building on that south side, because it is tucked under and, you know, potential of doing something there. So we've committed to putting not just, I want to say like metal pylons or whatnot, but a decorative stone that it works with the SEPTED plan. A lot of the, and I'll let the architects, I've got Progressive A&E here that can answer a lot of these questions and the specifics related to what you want. Lynn, I can go back and do a quick, oh, sorry. Anyways, I can give you just a quick background of us. This is my uncle Greg Mackey. He's the owner of it. We're a Muskegon-based business. We had the first medical marijuana license in Muskegon as well as in Ottawa counties. They've been operating for about 6 months. We're very proud of what we've been able to do so far. We've gained an incredible amount of knowledge in the industry and just how the retail operations work. I've got Cindy Davenport, our head of compliance, and Tracy Powers, our vice president, here as well too to answer any questions, and then the guys from Progressive A&E. So this pole sign was what you asked right off the bat. I guess if there's anything else that I can answer, or if you want to start digging into it with them, feel free.
Any questions for the applicant?
As we've heard, the parking access queuing is of paramount importance to these type of facilities. So can you just walk us through how the queuing is expected to go and how you plan to handle the traffic?
Right. So what we were able to work out, the parcel, which would be to our east, is I've been working with the tenant or the owner of that property, as well as talking with Lori to figure out what would work out best. It basically sits empty right now. There's a shared access agreement that we've done also with parking, and we started with 4 parking spots to lease from him. He said we can lease more. He's kind of open to whatever would be required. So what it does is it allows access to the rear of the parcel through the shared access at 1135, and then we also have access off of Michigan that runs adjacent to the Family Dollar where we have our easement. There is an easement to the property that runs from there. That area itself, there's actually 4 access points to get to the building itself. There's 2 on Fuller and there's 2 on Michigan. There's one behind the Walgreens, one in front of the Walgreens, and then there's one next to the Checkers, and then there's the one in front of me. So it's not like anything is really going to get bottlenecked there. It's a relatively busy commercial area as it is in the way that it's designed. Us opening business wouldn't really have any effect on the current flow. It would add maybe a little bit, just more people coming back to us, but it seems like there's more entry and exit points than just one itself.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for the applicant? No? All right, thanks. If we have specific questions, I'll have you come up after the public hearing.
Okay.
All right, I'll open up the public hearing. This is for the case at 1109 Michigan Street Northeast. If you have any comments, please come forward, state your name, and share your brief thoughts with us.
So I would like to address my request for the sign removal. I own, the tenant parking that you see in front of their location is 100% leased to my tenant, which is Family Dollar. So I have obligations to Family Dollar, and my concern with the pole sign is just that it will look like the parking lot belongs to the medical marijuana facility, and it will put some additional pressure on that. I'm not opposed. Should you grant it if that sign is removed, because that's the only thing I can do at this point to keep my obligations to my tenant, which is Family Dollar. Okay?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else in this case? All right, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, any follow-up questions, concerns, or thoughts? Seems like an appropriate location. Okay. If nothing, then if someone would like to make a motion.
I can make a motion.
Awesome.
Now, therefore, be resolved that the Planning Commission approves the request of AgriMed LLC for a medical marijuana provisioning center at 1109 Michigan Street Northeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will is a provisioning center in a commercial being used as a commercial use in a commercial zone district. And the commercial designation for this area in the master plan supports a range of commercial uses, including retail. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08.e because the proposed site changes will bring the parking lot and green space into closer compliance with other requirements of the zoning ordinance and remove a pole sign. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the existing or planned character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because the applicant proposes to maintain the existing architectural character of the area and has a mix of commercial uses. Adequate parking is provided on the site and via agreement with nearby properties, and some additional landscaping or greenscaping will be provided. The proposed use will minimize potential adverse effects on the neighborhood because the applicant proposes a number of parking spaces that meets or exceeds the requirements of the zoning ordinance. The Grand Rapids Police Department has approved a SEPTED plan for the proposed use that is designed to mitigate potential crime impacts, and the applicant has completed a good neighbor plan. The proposed uses will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by a reason of excessive traffic, noise, or visual clutter, because immediate traffic impacts associated with the proposed use are expected to be to significantly diminish over time. Excessive amounts of noise, odor, or visual disturbances are not typically associated with provisioning centers, and there are multiple entrances and exits to the provisioning center that will keep traffic from being bottlenecked. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the character of the area and the vicinity of the property is predominantly auto-oriented, and the proposed use will not significantly change that condition. Public sidewalks are currently located to the south of the property, and the removal of the pole sign and the increased landscaping will help make it a little bit more pedestrian friendly. The proposed use will retain as many of the natural features of the landscape as practicable, particularly where the natural features assist in preserving the general character of the neighborhood, because there are no environmental features currently on the property. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services do already exist or will be provided at no additional cost, because the proposed use seeks to reuse an existing developed property which is currently serviced by public infrastructure. And an increased police and fire presence associated with the proposed use is not generally required to a greater extent than other retail commercial land uses. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability and or the economic welfare of the city, because the proposed use is expected to generate a significant number of jobs and potential tax revenues. The proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all applicable state laws, because the medical marijuana industry is closely regulated by local and state regulations, and the proposed use will be subject to all such regulations. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. One, that the application and plans submitted by the applicant dated March 2, 2019, and signed and dated and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans, except if plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements and or as amended in this resolution. 2, that the use shall operate according to the application and per testimony. 3, that this approval is for a medical marijuana provisioning center and does not include any approval for cultivation or processing of marijuana, nor for secure transport, safety compliance of facility, or any other current or future facility type as permitted by local or state statutes or ordinances. 4, that all commitments made by the applicant in the Good Neighbor Plan shall be honored in good faith by the applicant and or future operators of this land use. 5, that all commitments made by the applicant in their MyVita medical or marijuana industry voluntary equitable development agreement shall be honored in good faith by the applicant and or future operators of this land use for the terms outlined within the MyVita policy. 6, that the operation of this land use shall be subject to the approved SEPTED plan and any related local and state ordinances, with any changes to the plan subject to the review and approval by the Grand Rapids Police Department. 7, that all regulations of section 5.9.19 subject to marijuana facilities and including provisioning centers shall be met, including hours of operation limited to 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. 8, that this approval does not include any proposed signage, and proposed signs shall be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to installation. And that the pole sign on, the easement of the pole sign shall be vacated and removed. Nine, that the facility plan as submitted to Lara shall be submitted to the planning director prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, and that any changes to the security plan as submitted to Lara shall also be submitted to the planning director. 10, that the evidence of a valid and effective general liability insurance policy meeting the requirements of section 5.9.19.f.4 shall be submitted to the planning director for the review and approval prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. 11, that a land use development services, LUDS permit, building permit, and all other required permits shall be obtained from the city of Grand Rapids prior to the construction, demolition, or operation. 12, that the final layout of the parking spaces in the drive aisle shall be subject to the review and approval of the city's traffic engineering department, and that any shared or cross-access agreements or easements that may be required. 13, that any expansion of the approved special land use shall require special land use review and approval by the Planning Commission. 14, that a license from the state of Michigan shall be required prior to operation, and that a City of Grand Rapids license may at some point in the future be required for this facility, and this approval does not include approval for either such license. 15, that the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all state laws. And 16, this approval shall take effect on January 24, 2020.
All right, yeah, Landon.
Just a friendly amendment I'm proposing for condition number 1. We received some updated plans on December 31st, 2019, so if you could add those to the dates of the plans that were received.
Plans on December 1st, 2019?
Sorry, December 31st.
31st.
And that date replaces the March 2nd date?
That doesn't replace, just adds to.
It's in addition to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes, I'll move to add that.
And just for clarity's sake, the licensing ordinance that was passed by the City Commission for marijuana uses in October allows for medical or for land use approval to act as a de facto license up until licenses are required in April. I don't know if condition 14 would be a problem for that. I would suggest maybe adding in accordance with the City of Grand Rapids licensing ordinance for marijuana uses to the end of that.
To condition 14.
Yes.
Okay, I will add that. Did you get that, Carol?
Question.
Yes, sir.
How is the accepted plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements in condition 1 differ from condition 15?
That's specific to recreational, I believe, and let me just.
I think usually with site plan elements, we try to be a little bit more specific for the benefit of the applicant in the meeting to make sure that they understand that there might be green space or site element requirements that need to be brought up to current code. Whereas number 15 is a little bit more broadly. So in some ways, I would agree that there is redundancy, but it's to the benefit of the applicant so they understand our expectations and it's just very clear.
Okay, am I to understand that the only part of the MAVITA that's impactful on this, number 5, has to do with the number of employees?
Can you turn on your microphone, Commissioner? And I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Just trying to stay under the radar. My question is, with reference to the condition number 5, am I to understand that the only part of MAVITA that is absent from the plan is the number of employees? The number of employees will not be 30, so the parking issue is not raised. Is that correct?
Can you answer that, Landon?
The applicant submitted a MyVita, and this condition just says essentially follow those commitments, but it's true that the only one that would relate to land use specifically would be that condition about number of employees, and they did not commit to that.
They did not, okay, all right.
In Landon, isn't it correct that they're providing bus passes for employees as well?
That's my understanding, yes.
Go ahead.
I have one more comment.
Yes.
Just in Commissioner Tur, to your addition to condition number 8 about signage, so clarifying that essentially allows signage as permitted by the zone district, you included, and that the existing pole sign shall be removed and easement vacated. The applicant had proposed to remove the sign, but was asking to not have the easement be vacated.
Oh, okay.
If
So
They
that's
lose
acceptable
rights
the
to that
commission.
easement if there is no sign there in effect?
If the sign is, well, no, the easement would still be on the property and in the deed, but the sign would be gone.
But it's
They
an
would
easement for sign
lose-
rights that don't exist. I haven't seen the easement language, but I think that the property owner would retain rights to a sign under the current ordinance. But if that what is effectively an off-premise sign, assuming it was legally established, but an off-premise sign, once it's gone, the sign rights for that off-premise sign would be gone as well.
But certain signs are permitted in the TBA zone district other than a pole sign. So for example, a ground sign, perhaps in the future, a ground sign could be,
Yeah, and I was speaking.
I agree, a ground
I
sign
was-
could be installed.
but it would lose non-conforming rights to the pole sign.
Okay.
I was speaking specifically to the removal of the pole sign.
So was it be acceptable to you, just in accordance with the applicant's request, to just say remove the pole
Remove
sign,
the
but
pole
not
sign.
include the vacation of the easement language?
I would, yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay,
Support.
great. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Last case is 49 Coldbrook Street Northeast. We'll give folks just a moment to step out, and then Landon will get started on this for us.
All right, your final request today is a special land use request at 49 Coldbrook Street Northeast for a marijuana provisioning center. This is at on the north side of Coldbrook Street, just east of Division or Plainfield, west of Clancy, and abutting a railroad track to the east. Immediately to the south is a park, Belknap Park, and there are also 3 other sensitive land uses within 1,000 feet of this location. You see about, here we go. So we have a total of 4 sensitive land uses within 1,000 feet, all of which must be waived by the Planning Commission in order to make this property eligible for the special land use review. There's Belknap Park, which is again located immediately to the south, about 50 feet to the south at 30 Coldbrook Northeast. We haven't received a objection, except I did receive a letter recently that was an add-on to your packet objecting to that waiver from the Griffin's Youth Foundation, and that's in your packet, requesting that you don't grant that waiver. I don't know if the representative is here right now. It doesn't look like it. About 790 feet to the northwest, Interactive Michigan is a substance use disorder program at 1131 Ionian Northwest, and they have not submitted an objection. Oh, and I'm sorry, I should mention the park. There was an objection from the Griffin's Youth Foundation director that is a tenant in the Griff's Ice House. The City Commission considered that request in August and voted not to object to the granting of the waiver, so there's no objection from the owner of that property. Interactive Michigan, the substance use disorder program, has not submitted any objection to this waiver. 224 Carrier Street Northeast is a Diocese of Grand Rapids. That's St. Alphonsus Catholic Church, and that's about 867 feet to the northeast, the closest property lines points, and they have submitted a letter of objection. And then the Fellowship Chapel Society at 226 Leonard Northeast on the south side of Leonard is just over 900 feet to the northeast. I believe in my conversations with the applicant that they may not be active at that location right now. I was unable to get in touch with them. I have not received any objection from that church. But regardless, like we spoke about for the application on division, there's no other use. Even if that property is not currently being active as a church, there would still be land use rights for a church at that location unless another use were to go in. And as far as where there's not, so you would still need to waive the separation distance requirement from that religious institution. You have 4 total waivers to consider, and if you approve all 4, then we would consider the special land use request. Can I answer any questions about the waiver or any of the waivers at this point?
Any questions for Landon? No? All right, thanks, Landon. I will open up the public hearing. Let's start with the first waiver needed between the subject property and 30 Coldbrook Street Northeast, Belknap Park. Please come forward, state your name, and share your brief thoughts with us.
And just to mention that the applicant has a couple of slides that they'd like to pull up for each waiver, but they're aware of the time limitations. So they're on that slide right there.
My name is Eliana Bootson. I'm the Executive Director of Neighbors of Belknap Lookout. And when Belknap Park came up for the City Commission, the majority of the board said they did not feel that that should impact consideration for this facility. So they did not want there to be opposition. I can tell you a little bit about the topography of the park. There's a steep slope and a line of trees, and I would guess most users enter that park by car. They enter that parking lot, which is up that slope. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Marshall. I am the facility manager of the ice facility at Belknap Park. Was a city employee when it opened back in 1987, so I'm time out with you there, sir. Anyways, I am really surprised that the city and/or with one of the other provisions, they said the Parks Department waived off any objection. I'm surprised the Park Department waived off the objection with this. Our facility hosts not only the Griffin's Youth Foundation, which I think, Landon, you said you got a letter from former city commissioner there opposing this. We also, and they have like 400 kids in that program that to facilitate visit the facility twice, sometimes 3 times a week. We also house a good portion of the GRAHA, Grand Rapids Amateur Hockey Association. Once again, a group of over 400 kids under the legal age, obviously. We house 2 high schools, Rockford High School hockey program and the Northview hockey program. They're in there almost daily in and out. I hear comments about the topography of it. It's still going to be seen. I don't know why that makes a difference, because it's my biggest concern is the overall use of that park is used by youth. And the parents do bring them and take them home daily, obviously. Very little walk-up traffic, but yet we totally object it. I am employed by DP Fox Sports. We manage the facility for the city of Grand Rapids and have for 23 years. And we plan to continue to do so, but I think it will negatively impact our users in and out of that facility. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Encore Rungta, and I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant today. I'm just going to pull up some slides quickly. As it was stated, there is close proximity between our site and the park, but we think that there's a number of reasons why it makes sense to grant the waiver in this case, and we fully respect some of the concerns of the folks at Griff's Ice House. I've got the criteria that you've set to consider these waivers up here. I won't repeat them all. I think we've gone through them in detail. I have highlighted some important language, which is a roadway in between the sites or extensive berm and the orientations of the sensitive use and locations of entrances that increase the practical distance. And I'll speak to that in a second. It was noted by Landon. The city did consider this. They also created their own set of criteria when thinking about this, but they overlap considerably with the Planning Commission criteria. It was found that we will not infringe on the use there, and the vote was 6-1. In that vote, the commission did note that many of the criteria were met that they had set, including no burden on the park, does not materially impair the purpose of the City Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and then also the existence of these topographic conditions that create an effective barrier between the sites. I'll also mention, as Eliana did, that we did have extensive conversations with the neighbors of Belknap Lookout and the executive board there about the park. They did write a letter when the city commission was considering this, basically supporting the granting of the waiver. Again, covering many of the similar points of the topographic barriers, as well as the distance between our site and parts of the park like Griff's Ice House. We do believe that the request of the waiver is consistent with Parks and Recreation Master Plan. I'm just showing a quick map of the site here. We do have considerable parking that we're proposing. There would be no street parking. We wouldn't infringe in any way with our use on the park. I think the most important part of that is there is this 15 or 20 foot hill that exists all the way down between our site and the park. There's no visibility from any of the park facilities to our site. And so we've actually even mapped out here some of the distances, the practical distances from our site to the various parts of the park. So as you can see, there's a large berm in between. There's no visibility. What we've shown here is actually the driving distances. So to Griff's Ice House, for example, is we have it as 750 feet. And we just measured it again. It's about 800 feet. And this actually is driving distance. There's no crosswalk here from our site to across there. So the practical distance for a pedestrian is actually more like 1,200 feet. So we do believe that there's no way that we're infringing on the park with our use.
Thanks. Anyone else on this case?
Hi, I'm Scott Strong. One of the best and most powerful contributions to the unwavering growth and success of Grand Rapids is the nurturing and support of small business community. Small businesses not only keep their communities strong, they can help shape those communities. I have been the owner of a small office furniture company located at 128 Colebrook, kitty corner of where they're talking about. For almost 20 years. During that time, I've played a significant role in the revitalization of our community and greatly contributed to making the area a safer and more vibrant place for other dedicated businesses. Myself and other small companies have been the backbone of the continued economic growth in Grand Rapids. Over the years, I have felt that our community has witnessed and appreciated the continued support and dedicated efforts of myself and other local businesses in making the area a better and safer place until now. Our community has struggled over the years with crime, illicit drugs, and poverty. To this day, we have made strides in keeping these public safety and health concerns minimal. The opening of a marijuana dispensary will only reserve the positive efforts on an already vulnerable community and population. The reversal of these effects deem myself and other small business owners as a lesser valued member of the community. We have worked tirelessly to improve and revitalize. Some major concerns of opening a dispensary in our community include the following. Children and adolescents will be at a heightened risk of using marijuana sold at this dispensary. As the drug becomes far more accessible, we are at an at-risk neighborhood being asked to shoulder the burden of having a dispensary on our streets in this area. Youth in disadvantaged neighborhoods are known to be at even higher risk. This jeopardizes our youth and vulnerable population. The dispensary will attract more crime and intensify the robberies and vandalism to the local facilities that will in turn breed secondary crimes in the surrounding areas. A recent study published on December 4th, 2019 by the Justice Evaluation Journal state that crime in Denver increased near new marijuana dispensaries. And, we're talking Denver because they're the only one that has a record now. They've been doing this for, 2-3 years. The analysts found that the property crime, like burglary and theft, rose 18% on street segments where recreational marijuana dispensaries set up shop. On street segments adjacent to recreational dispensaries, drug crime rose by about 28%. And disorder crimes like criminal mischief and graffiti rose 17%. Safety concerns for the public living and working in the neighborhood. The heightened crime will bring about additional safety concerns from all our individuals working and living in our community. Exposure to violent crimes can damage and punish communities into vicious circles of decay.
All right, thank you. Thanks for your
I just
comments.
had one last little.
Sorry, we've got to stick
Okay.
to our time.
Well, I just hope that you guys consider it. That
Appreciate
was
it.
my last.
Yep, thanks. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. Daryl Ross with 40 Acres Consultant on behalf of C3 and Encore. I just want to address some of the comments that were made on the record. Address 1444 32nd Street. Per testimony, most of the park usage is for kids going into the hockey arena who are arriving by cars and vehicles, so we don't have a walkability issue as stated on that entrance. There's about a 20-foot berm. On top of that berm is a very mature tree line, so we're talking about 30 to 40 feet of visible accessibility that you can't see from the street. So per the testimony offered, we don't really have a walkability or kids walking by it. It's more so just car traffic, which again, that berm would hide. As far as better and safer businesses, we just have to keep in mind that this is something the community voted for. So while there definitely is two sides to the story, overwhelmingly across Michigan and in Grand Rapids and in this particular neighborhood, it was voted to allow this usage. So to compare it to illegal use or drug sales or dark alley type of activities, I just don't think is very prudent. I think it's better off to compare it to a Walgreens or another pharmacy. As far as the dispensaries opening up and crime increasing around the area, there is no factual data around that. And for every article you find that does say it, you find 10 that says it does not. We did go through the septic planning. The safety plan was signed off by the City of Grand Rapids Police Department, and they totally have a different view of it and came to the conclusion that it actually doesn't increase crime and that with the proper measures, you can remedy anything, and we've done so. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else on this waiver request? All right, I will close the public hearing and turn to commissioners for discussion.
This is so weird.
To Dr. Brahm's
Yes.
question about the city's standards?
I have a park that's deemed a sensitive use, and it's right across from a proposed facility. How can you then say that it's not going to be impacted? I find that the city has deemed parks a sensitive use, and in spite of their not raising an objection, I feel like we can't waive that.
So you're relying on the code that they originally set forth and not necessarily their interpretation of their code?
And furthermore, their justification for not objecting had much to do with referencing the fact that the neighbors haven't objected. They didn't actually speak to the sensitive use itself, which would have been more helpful.
I think that gets to Dr. Brahm's point about why, and I think that it tends to be political, these decisions on the waivers. But
I think one of the things that I guess makes concern for me is the number of young people that are in that location almost daily. the numbers that are being given to us are basically the same numbers that we'd have for a Grand Rapids Public High School. 400 or 500 people under the age of 18 potentially there every day. I spent 15 years as a prosecutor in a neighboring city, and the decision-making process for young people is sorely lacking. And to put that many young people in harm's way is somewhat objectionable to me.
I mean, but we are still talking about medical marijuana. It's not, like, if they don't have a medical marijuana card, they would not have access to medical marijuana.
And even if, we are not considering recreational marijuana anyway,
Well,
but
they-
children are not permitted access to marijuana via any of these institutions that are licensed to dispense this medicine.
The problem being is they don't have access to alcohol either, but they're always able to find a convenient adult who does have access, who's willing to buy for them.
I would think we're a slippery slope on the philosophy of medical versus, but
The city
I
has
think-
decided that a park is a sensitive use. It stipulates that, whether we agree with that or not.
Sure.
I think there's room for interpretation here still. As they've interpreted their code, I would also interpret it in a similar fashion. I don't see, understanding the nature of the use of this park, I would tend to agree with the applicant that I'm not concerned about detrimental impacts on the sensitive use. Again, knowing how that park is used, understanding the significant level of requirements that these facilities have to follow, having, been in neighborhoods where these facilities are, it's not your corner liquor store where you can walk in with your backpack or not walk in with your backpack if they have that on the door, and just grab something off the shelf. It is heavily regulated, and I don't really have concerns about that. If it's just the visibility nature of it, I'm not, there's billboards up and down the highways now. So I'm not all that concerned about it, knowing how it's used.
But then why would you not grant a waiver in every case?
I might be inclined to. I think it's all about the specific site and how the sensitive use might be impacted by it. And I don't, like many other cases where I've said that I don't think that it will negatively impact them. Similar here, I don't see a negative impact on the sensitive use.
I used to have such beautiful hair before we were considering marijuana cases, and I spent all of my time pulling it out because I don't agree half the time with the city and their opinions on sensitive use, but I have to uphold their policy. And I've been instructed and advised and taught that we're looking for mitigating factors. And here for like the very first time, very clearly, we have environmental conditions such as a steep slope or a significant amount of mature vegetation. And I have been waiting for a moment to be like, oh, this matters. This counts. This is that. So I feel like whether or not it's enough to grant the waiver, it speaks to our standards for the first time in all of these cases. Like we've been kind of looking at roads and crosswalks and lights and pedestrian. This is that.
Yeah, and I think I even look at it a little differently because I feel like it's still a walkable green grass slope. And so I don't feel like it's a cliff that's that steep. But I mean, that's open to interpretation. But then I know that the voters of Michigan voted for this, but I also know the plan or the city commission set up these boundaries and these waivers because they didn't also want there to be a huge proliferation of these facilities all around the city. And so looking at whether or not we should grant a waiver, I tend to think the waiver needs to be in place unless there's a really good reason to grant it. And since we have one of the most active uses right across the street, saying that they object to this, I feel like that speaks pretty loudly about it. And it, you know, that weighs pretty heavily for me, that one of the most active users right across the street is objecting to it. And it is directly across the street, so it feels different to me than the one that we just looked at with Fuller Park, where it was across two major roads and behind buildings. There is a berm there, but it is walkable, and there are mature trees, but they're pretty separated. So, yeah, I would have a hard time granting this waiver.
I think unfortunately, the city has provided us with standards that don't really get to whether or not these are children or whether or not they would have a medical marijuana card, or any of the standards, as we are obligated to review, have more to do with the physicality of the sensitive use. So if we think about, as the resolution would suggest, we think about one, has the sensitive use objected? In this case, the owner of the sensitive use has not, the city, but the operator of the sensitive use has, right? The people running part of this park have objected. So that's the first standard. The rest of the standards tend to be around, again, and as Commissioner Davis points out, finally a steep slope, woo! But it's a steep slope in the manner that Commissioner Tour is talking about that actually could be navigated. But unfortunately, we do have to consider what the city has told us we have to consider on considering these waivers, and they are all physical. They are not emotional, they are not practical in many ways in terms of the use of the park or how active the uses of the park are, how many kids go to that park, where they come from, if they're from Rockford or from 49507. We have to look at these mitigating factors, and my review of the factors and the testimony is that we shouldn't grant this waiver.
That what?
We should not grant the waiver.
Other commissioners? No other thoughts?
I'm having a hard time with this one too. Yes, there's a steep slope. You can clearly see the tennis courts from the top of this. So the argument that you can't, that no activity in the park can be viewed because of the steep slope, that is not the case. The park entrance is directly across, not blocked by a berm or a steep slope. So regardless of my personal feelings about these things, I'm not sure that we have much to go on here either.
Right? Would anyone like to make a motion on this waiver request?
I just
Or
want to.
weigh in additionally?
Yeah, I think we've heard that the primary use at this park is potentially the ice house, and that the nature of that use is traveled by car. And right now we're talking about walkability, and we're hearing from testimony that in general, the use of this park is people driving to and from it. I played hockey once, so I'm no expert, but I did work at an ice house, and we're talking about families bringing youth in with gear and bags, and I feel like the use of this park is different than when you look at the proximity to what we're talking about. We're not talking about a seesaw at the top of a hill. And whether or not it is a reason to waive or not waive, I'm just putting that out there in case it's for conversation or consideration. It feels different to me.
Different than a playground.
It does.
I'll point us to our planning department report to the city commission to prep them for their decision. The staff analysis says both the direct distance at 60 feet and the network distance at 200 feet are both less than the 1,000 feet. The main park entrance and the only vehicular entrance is located diagonally across the street from the proposed use with direct line of sight between the two locations. And the proposed use is not separated from the park facility by a major arterial street. And while there is some topographical grade change, the screening is not natural or significant. That was our planning staff's analysis.
Okay. I feel like almost everyone has weighed in. This is a challenging one. But someone like to make a motion?
Sure. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission does not waive the requested separation distance between the proposed medical marijuana provisioning center at 49 Colebrook Street Northeast and Belknap Park located at 30 Colebrook Street Northeast for the following reasons. While the applicant has provided evidence that the eligible sensitive use is within 1,000 feet, the application has not provided evidence that all eligible sensitive uses within 1,000 feet of the proposed marijuana facility location, they have provided notice to the particular sensitive use. But the operator of the sensitive use has provided an objection to the granting of the waiver. The proposed distance waiver, if granted, will impair and have particularly detrimental impacts based on testimony from the operator of the sensitive use on the sensitive land use because of its close proximity to the park as well as park operations, which includes youth within the community. While exceptional topographic or environmental conditions such as steep slopes, a significant amount of mature vegetation, fixed or unmovable natural barriers, such as a river or similar environmental bodies, freeway or similar roadway, or extensive berms or walls that cannot be crossed and have the effect of increasing the practical separation distances between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use do not exist because while a significant hill is located immediately across the street from proposed marijuana facility, the proposed use is still easily navigated by walking and can still be seen from the proposed use and does not force travelers necessarily onto a public road or sidewalk network. The orientation of the sensitive land use and or location of its primary entrance is not such that the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use is increased because the direct distance at 60 feet and the network distance, the distance one would have to walk on the sidewalk at 200 feet between the proposed use and the park are both less than 1,000 feet. The main park entrance and the only vehicle entrance is located diagonally across the street from the proposed use with direct line of sight between the locations. And the proposed use is not separated from the park facility by any major arterial street. While there is some topographical grade change, the screening is not natural or significant. Be it further resolved that this decision shall take effect immediately.
Support.
All right, we have motion and support. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, did you catch that? Dr. Brame, Commissioner Davis? Okay. So that motion carries. The next waiver request is between the subject property and 1131 Ionia Ave Northwest, Interactive Michigan, Inc., and I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here specific to this waiver request, please come forward, state your name, and share brief thoughts with us.
So I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant again here. So I'll keep it brief. I've shown the criteria here again for the waiver consideration. And I'm showing here the notice letters as well. We notified them directly, as did the planning department. Just a few points to note in terms of why we think this waiver should be granted. So as was noted, the parcel-to-parcel distance is just under 800 feet. The actual traveling distance by sidewalk is about 1,300 feet. The properties are not visible from each other. We think it's unlikely that any of the patrons of the substance abuse center would actually be going past our site. I think most are accessing probably from Leonard, or maybe going south, but not necessarily going east across Plainfield on Coldbrook that would go past our site. So we don't think that we'd be infringing on their patrons or very visible to them. There are major roads in between, obviously a series of buildings that are separating the two sites. So we think, again, from a land use standpoint, we don't really view this as infringing on that site, and we think many of the conditions support granting of the waiver here.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, thoughts on this specific waiver request? It's a ways away, around the corner, across Business 131. It's
Right next to where the hearings would normally be.
Yeah. We're not sensitive users. Anyone have thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think the road network here makes it further than the 1,000 feet. And it does feel it is much longer and more difficult to get there because of the the path you have to take in order to get to the facility.
Yep, going back to the standards, again, we've had no testimony or evidence that this use will have a detrimental impact on the sensitive use. We haven't gotten any testimony or any objection from the sensitive land use. We know that the practical distance between the two facilities is almost 1,300 feet. And so again, based on the standards that the city has given us, if we apply those standards, it does appear to meet the qualification for the waiver.
Anyone else? Would someone like to make a motion?
Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission waives the required separation distance between the proposed medical marijuana provisioning center at 49 Coldbrook Street Northeast and the substance use disorder program at 1131 Ionia Avenue Northwest, Interactive, Michigan, for the following reasons. The applicant has provided evidence that all eligible sensitive uses within 1,000 feet of the proposed marijuana facility location have been notified of the intent to seek a waiver from the separation distance requirements because the applicant demonstrated that they contacted the sensitive land use in question via certified mail on May 3rd of 2019. One or more representatives of the sensitive land use in question have not filed a written objection to the requested waiver. The proposed distance waiver, if granted, will not impair quality of life, damage neighborhood character, discourage retail viability and variety, harm the stability of industrial areas, and/or have particularly detrimental impacts on the sensitive land use at issue, because the primary entrance of the substance use disorder program is approximately 1,300 feet from the customer entrance of the proposed provisioning center when traveled via the public sidewalk, road network, and this distance is far enough to moderate any potential effects. Driveways and/or major street crossings between the two properties may discourage pedestrian traffic. Exceptional topographic or environmental conditions such as steep slopes, significant amount of mature vegetation, fixed and unmovable natural and natural barriers such as a river or similar environmental body, freeway or similar roadway or extensive berm or wall that cannot be crossed have the effect of increasing the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use exist because due to road layout and lack of public connections, the actual travel distance between the entrance for these two uses is approximately 1,300 feet. The orientation of the sensitive land use and/or location of its primary entrances is such that practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use is increased because the primary entrances for both facilities face in such a way that the actual travel distance between the two facilities is increased to approximately 1,300 feet. Be it further resolved that this decision shall take effect immediately.
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Our next request for a waiver is between the subject property and 224 Carrier Street Northeast. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today on this specific waiver request, please come forward, state your name, and share your thoughts.
206 Leonard? Is that, we'll do that next.
Again, speaking on behalf of the applicant, similar sort of slides here, but I'll just kind of note, make some similar points. Parcel to parcel, we're just under 900 feet here, but in terms of legal travel path or walking distance, as you can see from this slide, everything is quite far from our site to the diocese location. It's about 2,600 feet walking distance is the shortest path. There are a number of major roadways in between. There are also train tracks in between. The sites are not visible to each other, and we think it's unlikely that any church patrons would actually go by our site unless they're going in that direction on purpose. But typical traffic to and from the church would not go past our site. So again, from a land use standpoint, we don't think that we would infringe in any way on their use.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, so I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, thoughts on this one?
The train tracks add another barrier. It's over a half-mile walking distance. 2 major streets. I mean, it all applies.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we do have significant distance as far as a walking network in pedestrian traffic and even driving there is concerned, although we have received a letter of objection from the diocese regarding this one. But to me, this is so far removed because of the geographical, the different topological and geographical formations that are in between the two that it feels very separated. It is very separated.
I think with the ice house, we had the concern of of it being a youth orientated use. In this case, the church does not have a school located there anymore. The school is All Saints Academy, which is on Diamond, north of Knapp. So and we don't have that factor involved in this one either.
Anyone else? Any thoughts on this?
I do believe it's a factual piece of evidence that we should consider, though, that the diocese has objected. And so the sensitive land use, despite whether they have a school or not, it's been identified as a sensitive land use by the city. It's still within the 1,000 feet. So I think that that's a factor that we should consider.
I also think we don't know where their members drive. So to assert that it seems unlikely that their members will drive past this location is baseless.
Anyone else? I think in terms of how we've contemplated the actual distance versus the distance as the crow flies, I think this is appropriate for a waiver. Someone like to make a motion? Anybody? No one's jumping on this, really. I'll assign someone to do it then if I have to. Commissioner Davis.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission waives the required separation distance between the proposed medical marijuana provisioning center at 49 Coldbrook Street Northeast and the religious institution at 226 Leonard Street? No. I was assuming someone else was going to do this. 244 Carrier? Thank you. The Diocese of Grand Rapids for the following reasons. The applicant has provided evidence that all eligible sensitive uses within 1,000 feet of the proposed marijuana facility location have been notified by the applicant of the intent to seek a waiver from the separation distance requirements because the applicant has demonstrated that they contacted the sensitive land use in question via certified mail on May 2nd, 2019. The proposed distance waiver, if granted, will not impair the quality of life, damage neighborhood character, discourage retail viability and variety, harm the stability of industrial areas, and/or have particularly detrimental impacts on the sensitive land use at issue because the church's primary entrance is approximately 2,500 feet from the customer entrance of the proposed provisioning center when traveled via the public sidewalk and road network, and this distance is far enough to moderate any potential effects. And the driveway and/or street crossing between the two properties may discourage pedestrian traffic. Exceptional topographic or environmental conditions such as steep slopes, a significant amount of mature vegetation, a fixed and unmovable natural or unnatural barrier such as a river or similar environmental body, freeway or similar roadway, or extensive berm or wall that cannot be crossed and have the effect of increasing the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use exist because due to the road layout and lack of public connections, the actual travel distance between the entrances for those two uses is approximately 2,500 feet, and there are railroad tracks in between these two locations. The orientation of the sensitive land use and/or location of its primary entrances is such that the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use is increased because the primary entrance for both facilities face in such a way that the actual travel distance between the two facilities is increased to approximately 2,500 feet. Be it further resolved that this decision shall take effect immediately.
Do we have support? Anyone?
Support.
All right.
I think I made a typo in the resolution with the address. It's 224, and I think I wrote 244 by accident.
So it should be 224?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Changed. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Can you show of hands for the opposed? All right. Got that? Yes. All right. Thank you. That motion carries. And then finally, waiver request between the subject property and 226 Leonard Street Northeast. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today on that specific waiver, please come forward, state your name, and share your thoughts with us.
Hi, again, speaking on behalf of the applicant. Again, similar sort of analysis here. We looked at the walking distances. Parcel to parcel is just under 900 feet here. But we did look at the walking distances between the two sites. And again, they're pretty substantial following legal paths. So the shortest that we measured was about 2,400 feet. Again, the sites are not visible to each other. There are similar major roadways in between as well as the railroad tracks. A lot of vegetation, and we don't think that will infringe on this church site from a land use standpoint.
All right, thank you. Anyone else on this waiver request? All right, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners? Any thoughts?
I don't see a difference between this and the last waiver that we just granted, except there's no objection here. So I'm more favorable in granting this waiver.
I would agree with Commissioner Davis on that we don't have an objection. The practical distances are way out over the 1,000 feet. I think the waiver should be granted in this one.
Okay. I'm seeing nods. All right, would someone like to make a motion? Commissioner Davis, you've done such a great job.
Are you suggesting that the practical distance then would mitigate any sort of impact to the sensitive use itself in terms of their quality of life and operations? I didn't hear specifically any comment regarding what would effectively be the first standard about the quality of life and detrimental effect on the sensitive use at issue.
Happy to remove it. I also think that the distance and the lack of visibility mitigates any quality of life impacts. So I can be convinced to include it or exclude it.
Well, I think just having a few goes with appeals, the commission shall consider if the waiver is granted will impair the quality of life. So if you're inclined to approve the waiver, we want to make sure that we address the I'm calling it the quality of life standard, but clearly there's more language that's associated with that.
I plan to include it.
And just having testimony to say why is just helpful when and if the Board of Zoning Appeals has to go through any appeal, not necessarily this one specifically.
Now, there,
You're saying to have it before, as a part of our discussion as
Yes.
well as in the standards,
Yes.
so.
sure. Before I make a motion, should we discuss that?
It's been discussed.
I'm totally confused at what you're suggesting. I'm sorry to be such a
Our-
dimwit at 5:23.
Our
but
discussion was light.
Our discussion with regard
I
to
think
the
that was
impact or the impairment of quality of life was light.
Yes, that you didn't have any discussion on that particular item for this case.
We were
And-
citing our previous decision.
Sure.
And these have to be held up
Testimony and-
individually.
And I just want to make sure that if you were inclined to approve the waiver, that that is a standard that also needs to be addressed. And I didn't hear any discussion specific for this waiver, and I want to make sure it was on the record.
Thank you.
It
I
was a
understand.
prompt, I'm sorry.
Nope, I understand. No, thank you.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission waives the required separation distance between the proposed medical marijuana provisioning center at 49 Colebrook Street Northeast and the religious institution at 226 Leonard Street Northeast, Fellowship Chapel Society, for the following reasons. The applicant has provided evidence that all eligible sensitive uses within 1,000 feet of the proposed marijuana facility location have been notified of the intent to seek a waiver from the separation distance requirements because the applicant has demonstrated that they contacted Fellowship Chapel Society via certified mail on May 2nd of 2019. One or more representatives of the sensitive land use in question have not filed a written objection to the requested waiver. The proposed distance waiver, if granted, will not impair quality of life, damage neighborhood character, discourage retail viability and variety, harm the stability of industrial areas, and/or have particularly detrimental impacts on the sensitive land use at issue because the church's primary entrance is approximately 2,350 feet from the customer entrance of the proposed provisioning center when traveled via the public sidewalk and road network, and this distance is far enough to moderate any potential effects. Driveway and/or street crossings between the two properties may discourage pedestrian traffic, and the orientation of the buildings prevent visibility between both locations, mitigating any negative impacts on this sensitive use. Exceptional topographic or environmental conditions such as steep slopes, a significant amount of mature vegetation, a fixed and unmovable natural or unnatural barrier such as a river or similar environmental body, freeway or similar roadway, or extensive berm or wall that cannot be crossed and have the effect of increasing the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use exists because, due to the road layout and lack of public connections, the actual travel distance between the entrances for these two uses is approximately 2,350 feet, and railroad tracks also run between these two locations. The orientation of the sensitive land use and/or location of its primary entrance is such that the practical separation distance between the proposed marijuana facility and the sensitive land use is increased because the primary entrances for both facilities face in such a way that the actual travel distance between the two facilities is increased to approximately 2,350 feet. Be it further resolved that this decision shall take effect immediately.
Right, do we have a motion? Is there support?
Support.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Because the waiver was not granted from 30 Coldbrook to the subject property, we will not be hearing the special land use portion of this. And without any other cases, I'll open up the public comment period. If you're here and have any comments you'd like to address the commission with, now's the chance. I will close public comment. Any other business? We'll do this all again tomorrow. Thanks, we're adjourned.